All right. Let me just get myself set up.
Hey, Bob,
Yes,
do you have a wand?
I've got a rod, no wand.
No wand. Do you want the wand of darkness? Would you make
Yeah,
use of?
I think anything from a distance, I will be able to make use of it.
Or see
Or see if
if
Yoav wants it.
if Hans joins us, he might need it.
In the
Okay.
meantime, good morning, everyone, and
Good morning.
welcome to a very, very special virtual Greyhawk Con event. This is the Righteous Hands, the original group for the Embers of Empire campaign, celebrating a 1 year anniversary. 1 year ago at Virtual Greyhawk Con, this campaign started. This group has been through quite a bit. We have 5 original members today. Unfortunately, we had a 6th member who had to drop out due to personal reasons for today. His character will be missed, but we'll have a little stand-in, be an NPC to give them a little hand because unfortunately, with Sonius not being here, there will be no pamphlets. I'm not going to take Sonius to shtick.
Hey,
But
hey, Rob.
yes.
On Twitch, it still shows the stream starting soon. I don't know if we're
Yeah,
just on. Oh,
I'm going to drop in a minute.
oh, okay.
Okay. We call it our good friend Hans is here. So let's get everybody's bright and shiny faces. There we go. Wow, it's been a while since I've gotten you all together with everyone. At least you 5 all together. We've had one or other missing a session here or there, to the point where I'm not entirely sure who's seen what anymore. Gentlemen, I hope you've all been enjoying Virtual Greyhawk Con up to this point.
Oh yeah.
It's been
Indeed.
it has been a busy weekend, that's for sure. So let's get started by introducing everyone. For those people who are in the audience who are new to this group, why don't we start at the top, because I know he's had, I think, the last adventure or two he hasn't been able to make it. Alex, why don't you start off and introduce yourself and your character?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex. You'll know me as Antiquitous through the chat. And today, as we have been for the past year, I'll be playing Leif Cronus. Leif is a half-elf primal druid, more elven in appearance with long, shaggy blonde hair, some premature graying, weathered skin, blue-green eyes, and a scar across his nose. He's clad in hide armor. He wears a charm symbolizing a swirling whirlpool and wields a elven sword now, scimitar. He's clad in hide armor, like I said, and he's raised by his elven mother in the remote wilds of eastern Niron. Leif learned early about the raw power of nature. Growing up in a war-torn land, it taught him that while might doesn't always make right, it often determines survival. Leif's aggressive and wild demeanor mirrors the untamed forces of the nature he commands.
Awesome. I am going to save Dale. I am going to save you for last because,
All right.
well, there are reasons you'll understand in a minute. But let's go next to Yoav. Tell us about yourself and tell us about Hans.
Yes, my name is Yoav. I game a lot. I play tons of D&D.
Yes, you do.
I have not been able to play with this group as much as I wanted, but here we are. What appears to be a pretty significant session, which I am very grateful to attend. I am playing Hans, a German accented wizard, who has been banished from his wizard school, but he is looking for adventures and is always interested in new and profound experiments, and maybe has too much power for his own good.
Thank you. Excellent. I'm glad you were able to make it for this one. Actually, I'm glad that all of you were able
Good to have you
make it
back.
for this one. Next up, we have our everybody best knows him as Doc Shoulder. Rob, tell us about yourself and Sal.
Thanks, Rob. And again, glad to be back here playing. I'm Bob. Again, Doc Shoulder on Twitch. My player character is Sal. He's an elf wizard. He's kind of medium build, medium height, blonde, shaggy hair. He wears a well-worn cloak, hood up mostly, carrying a large staff. He could pass as a man or a woman. He was orphaned in the streets of Hardby as his mother, who brought him there seeking exile, was wounded in their travel, and as an adolescent found a wizard's guild that took him in. With no family, he then took up the call to join members of the Righteous Hand, and that's where he is now.
Sweet. And next up, we have Chris. Tell us about Thraskin, yourself and Thraskin. You're muted, Chris.
Much.
There we go.
My name's Chris. I'm fairly active on a couple of different channels. It's good to be here. It's good to have kind of the original crew back together. Thraskin, he's a dwarf from the Flinty Hills. He's a cleric of Muaman Dwathel. He had spent a number of years kind of applying his services and stuff up to a number of the communities in the Flinty Hills until he got the calling to kind of go walkabout and got hooked up with the Sundered Shield and has taken it upon himself to donate monies here and there to set up, kind of expand the clerisy of Muaman Dwathel with currently a shrine in the I'm drawing a blank on the name where we saved them in the Flinty Hills. What was the name of those, Rob?
The Cinderforge clan.
The Cinderforge, yes, and had donated a bunch of money to help them rebuild and set up a shrine to Muaman Dwathel. But he is very very excited to be a part of this group and spread the good news far and wide.
If I remember right, that almost amounted to a wedding, didn't it?
It did. There was talk of a wedding by everybody but me. Correct.
Instead of giving away the bride, they tried to give away a groom.
That's right. Yeah.
And finally, we have Dale, and the reason I left Dale for last is because Dale has this is the third of 3 sessions that I've run this weekend, and Lagamundo has been in all 3. So Dale, why don't you give us a little bit about yourself, your character, and what's been going on?
All right.
Because I know your notes are probably better than mine are.
I will share
That's
them with you when
incredible.
I'm done too. So if you ever see me just typing furiously, it's probably me catching up, realizing I haven't made a note in 3 scenes and I don't want to forget what happened. I am playing Lagamundo, the wicked smart rogue from the slums of Relmod. He nicked a book when he was young and couldn't read it, so he learned Old Iridian and he learned how to speak, or he learned the exercises of Arnd from it and decided to do these ancient exercises. And basically, Arnd was a health nut of ancient Iridian or ancient Erdi, and he has become no longer just a rogue, but a rogue monk. And because of this, I'm eternally striving to keep up with everybody. And as Rob knows, I've been playing him furiously because I have to pay twice the XP that everybody else does because I have to level in 2 classes at once. So we've gone on many, many adventures, and I'm always there with a contract, even in the middle of times that it shouldn't be mentioned. I bring it up. So we had 2 recent adventures, and they're distinctly tied with a neat bow at the end, as I'll explain. The first one was there has been a lot of piracy along the Nyrondal and Almorian coast, and we were sent on a ship, the Wave Runner, to look for the causes. And we did come across a boat enshrouded in a magical fog that we were able to, after ascertaining that they were okay and that the attackers had fled before they were able to do much damage once we appeared, we chased them, fought some Shawoogan and their sharks. We didn't fight the sharks because we failed, or we succeeded at staying out of the water in that instance. And we found the island that they were based upon and rowed to take over their ship after they had rowed ashore, and discovered that our dwarven cleric is a better anchor, or a terrible anchor. He can sink, but he didn't have the chain to climb back up. So we had to go rescue him while the rest of us fought the skeleton crew and held them off. So we captured their pirate ship, and then we went ashore to capture the pirates and find out what was driving them. And in doing so, we discovered a cave that they were in and had a battle with them where our Rogar and a number of other folks. Rogar was played by Alex, who's playing Leaf in this group. Is a half-orcish knight, ate a bunch of magic missiles, so I remembered that distinctly. But we fought with them, and after they were defeated, we found basically letters of marque. The pirates were being pirate by somebody with the initial V. They just signed it V very distinctly. And then our next adventure, Stolen Goods, we were hired again by the Crown of Nairon to search for people who have been stealing goods sent to the Almorians, who are, a war-torn area in desperate need of supplies, and the supplies sent from Realmord weren't making it there. We met up with an old friend, Percival, and he joined us as a healer, and we went to find it, and we went to a town called Axel Grove and found out that they had some supplies that were due quickly. So we backtracked up the trail that the supplies were supposed to be and found a wagon. And the people driving the train were nervous and all decided to go to the bathroom at the same time, which we thought was odd. So we had somebody follow them, and when we looked in the back of the wagon, we found blood all over everything. So we decided these guys were bandits, and I went chasing after them. And as soon as they saw me start to give chase as well, they all drew knives and turned on the member of our group that was with them. So we slaughtered all of them but one, and that person admitted that they were robbers and that they had hit the caravan right after it left Realmord on somebody's orders, but they were new and didn't know who it was. But they did know where it was going. We had them drive there. We got ambushed along the way, and that captive died. But we, after a short battle, made a couple more captives, and they knew where the wagon was supposed to go after that. So once again, we followed them to their camp, and it was brutally filled with lots and lots of bandits. And after a couple of them left, we attacked and we won. And in a nutshell, at the end, we found something that said A is on to us, and it was signed V. So the same person that was responsible for the piracy was also stealing goods from the Almorians. So we don't know if this V character is the same, although it's assumed. Rob, I forgot to ask, was the penmanship the same on V for both of those notes?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I assumed it was, but I didn't ask, and I thought it made sense asking. So I'm hoping that this adventure will help us tie together who or what V is, and what their goal is. Are they just out to profit off the Almorians, or are they actually out to weaken the Almorians? And if so, from where? The Almorians and Nairon have many enemies. About the only other clue we found was one of the folks had a amulet or some sort of tattoo of Foltus. But, there are a lot of Foltus worshippers, including Sanius. No, not Sanius. And there are a lot of Foltus worshippers in Nairon, mostly in the north near the Pale. So I don't know if that clue was tied, but it's something we're keeping an eye on. The Foltus has always worked or the Folteens in the Pale have always worked to keep Nyrond weak, because at one point Nyrond had uh, taken, not so much taken, yeah, occupied the Pale, and eventually they broke off again. So, all right, and that's my update. I am a monk rogue, so I don't wear any armor. I wear a nice cloak. I often carry a very fancy halberd, but sometimes I don't, and I have some nice dwarven knuckles gifted to me by Clan Fireforge, or whatever they are, Cinderforge. So, ready to fight for good and money.
I understand that any future traveling party should stay away from that land because there's something else up there that's friendly still living in those hills.
I'm not following. Are you talking about?
Our giant friend.
Oh, there was a giant that scared the hell out of us, but it turned out he was very simple and just was very, he was happy to be entertained, but he was not. I think if you would have attacked him first, you would have had trouble. But when learning that he was very simple and childlike, we just stayed away from him, and he didn't bother us. He was amused by our whole attack.
You left out the
little
part about
misdirection
his toy at the very end.
Yeah, we gave him one of the bandits, and the bandit yelled at him, and he crushed the bandit, or smacked him.
I'm
spanked him.
I'm sorry to say that he broke his toy.
Yeah, he broke his toy. But yeah, I was. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I had a J moment where I was like adjusting the thing, and I went to adjust on the other thing. It's like, wait, no, we're live. That's not good, and went back and forth between scenes.
Oh, so we're good.
Right.
So that's my update. Thank you all for listening to me ramble as I am wont to do.
Thank you, Dale. Good notes.
Awesome. Yeah, like I said, his notes are definitely better than mine are. I've got my OneNote, my little cheat sheet here with all the things. So, as you can see, actually, one thing I've added to the at least this particular overlay is the banner. So spake Morn Taylock, the original creator of the Company of the Sundered Shield. We are broken but undefeated. Well, the what was broken has been reforged. So things are going well. Things are going so well, in fact, that the company in might have been their last full adventure, at least with most of the company, had ended up helping save the Princess Archerzai from those who were pursuing. Somebody, a group had found her location and had been attempting to abduct her.
Could you spell her name again? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, it is Archarzai.
Archerzai. Okay, thank you.
I have the thing. I should not have tried to do that by memory, because I know it's an odd spelling, but NPCs. Yeah, Archarzai.
Archerzai. Okay. Of Clan Cinderforge, right?
No. This is the princess, the daughter of the king and queen of Nyrond.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the dwarven. Okay, never mind.
No.
So Princess Archerzai of Nyrond, the crown princess, right?
She is the crown folk and myth and real long shot. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. We are just getting started on our 6-hour journey. I should add that before I go any further into this, a couple of things. One, this is a 6-hour session. So, get your snacks, get your popcorn, get your drinks of choice, and strap in, people, because there is a lot to go. We are also, I'm the madman. They asked me how long I could go, and we kind of settled on maybe 6 hours is probably the limit that we should try this. This is a sponsored stream by Troll Lord Games, proud makers of Castles and Crusades, which we are playing. We do have a giveaway, ! Ticket to enter, for a $10 digital product coupon towards any digital product off the Troll Lord Games site. And to add to that, normally I start the party off, we do have a thing where you can support the party. It is either 10,000 channel points or 100 bits to give them a regular hero point, 500 bits to give them a special hero point. I do allow the party to trade in regular hero points for specials if they get 5 of them. Also, I'm going to do another thing. If anyone, any gift subs that are given out, I am going to count them as donations for special hero points. Because these things they're not cheap, and I appreciate the support in whatever format it comes in, and I recognize that my players they deserve to get something from this, because while it the finances of running this thing are enough, at least they can benefit on the playing side. With that said, it's been, the company has done a lot over this last calendar year. It's been a busy time for them. They've done many things to, first of all, help reestablish the company. The company is now some 20 regular members strong. It's got quite a group of people. They've accomplished many things. This group in particular has gone above and beyond in terms of what they've done for the company as well as for the kingdom. As I mentioned when we first started, all right, Asher, I'll let you. Who do you want to give that special hero point to?
Somebody besides me. Go ahead and randomize it.
All right.
Not you. I would regret that.
Good save.
You are starting with the regular. You are going to. Oh wow. Okay. Well, in that case, that's 5. Thank you, Alex. All right. So basically, I'm going to randomize
self-serving.
who gets the extra one, because that's 6 total. So, rolling. That's 9. That is Thraskin gets the extra one.
Got Greyhawk Mike, got Real Long Shot, got Doc Shoulder, got perfect.
And less ads for some people.
That was a regular?
Oh no, that's a special.
That's a special.
So right now, everybody except Thraskin has because I start you off with 2 and 1 right normally. Everybody except Thraskin, actually Lagamundo's also the other one.
So I have 4 now because I had 2 that I was told not to use yesterday.
We have the carryovers from yesterday, right?
Yeah, well, because the 2 that he got, the 2 that he's carrying over are 2 that were paid for, and I don't let those expire. It doesn't seem right to let those expire. So Lagamundo has 2 and 4. Everybody else has 2 and 2, other than Thraskin, who has 2 and 3.
Yep.
Thank you,
Rob.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gift subs. That is awesome. We've got a hype train incoming. It thinks it's incoming. I'm not sure what it's waiting for.
Bob, Sal, the difference is the regular ones have to be declared before they're used and can be used on any attack or skill or save. The special hero points can be used after the fact and are really good at negating a fumble or negating a critical or giving yourself a critical if you're 1 off.
Sounds good.
I have a quick question.
You're safe. Go ahead.
This is just a technical question. I've got the Twitch stream on right now because aside from knowing that the big New Yorker pizza is coming out through Pizza Hut, which is a big deal for me, I just want to make sure, because we're going to be transitioning to Owl Bear Rodeo, right?
Yeah, it's going to be the Owl Bear Rodeo, though. I'll be controlling it from here, and we'll be following it along on the stream.
on the Twitch stream.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just don't want to. I don't know how to make sure that my audio doesn't cause any problems with the Zoom if I've got
Just
the
mute it.
phone.
Yeah,
On
just
which
mute
one?
Twitch.
On Twitch.
Mute Twitch.
Mute
Okay.
Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
To make sure that it counts towards the viewership, if you could, turn the volume
Keep it up
up
a
and then
smidge.
mute the tab. Mute it at the tab level.
Ooh, I didn't realize that. That's a good trick.
And one thing I wanted to
Tab
do,
level.
because
Muted at the
it seems-
tab. Oh, like inside the.
At the top of the browser, I know at least IE or whatever Edge, you can just click on the if a tab's using audio, you can turn it off there.
Or just go to the bottom left corner and just bump it slightly
Yeah,
up.
that's what I did. That's what I did. Okay, cool. All right. I just wanted to make sure.
You know something? I'm gonna do something myself here. One, so we can kick off the hype train.
Woohoo! All the subs.
Oh, that worked.
Nice.
And let's do this.
And I see a regular hero point going up
right.
too.
All right. So actually, Bob, thank you for the bits. All right. So with the 2 gift subs that I just gave, and with Doc giving the 500 bits, Leaf, Hans, and Sal, you each get another special.
Awesome.
Cool.
All right. So where was I?
The back.
And oh yeah. Okay.
Having
so,
saved the Crown Princess Archerai of Nyrond, ...
Yes, you were given the ability. Thank you so much, TCAT, for the 100 bits. If there's somebody you want to give a regular hero point to, just let me know who. The saving the princess did one specific thing, and that allowed the company to take on jobs specifically for the crown. Regular hero points.
Everybody's got 2.
I think everybody's got 2.
And and I'm sorry, just as a quick refresher, the difference between a hero point and a special.
Regular hero points. So regular hero points can be given. You can use regular hero points before you roll. So if you have a roll that, who did we lose? Oh,
Stavinsky.
somebody.
We lost Alex.
All right. Well, while we wait,
He'll probably be back.
Alex knows how regulars and specials are, so I don't have to wait for him.
He probably just muted his camera and forgot that hoses things up.
Yeah. So actually, Lagamundo, you've got the extra hero
Regular,
point.
right?
Regular hero
Okay,
point. Yep.
cool.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, GCat.
And Rob, I did channel points for a regular point.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give that one to Hans.
Hans. Okay.
Awesome.
So for regular hero point, if you need to know to make a Alex, are you able to get back on camera though? Because right now the Windows shut down.
Ooh,
Okay.
yipes.
That'll do it. Oh boy.
Well, this could be a nice little campfire chat then. Well,
That's right.
So so regular hero points, if you know you need to make a specific roll and you want to kind of ensure that you have a better chance of making it, you announce that you want to use regular hero points before the roll. It can be used on an attack roll, a saving throw, even a general attribute check of some sort. You announce it before, and basically it acts as any kind of modifier, like same thing as if you had a +2 sword. It would be, it basically an additional 1 or 2, and you can use as many of those regular hero points as you have.
Okay.
If you have 3 regular hero points and you want to use all 3 of them at the same time, go for it.
All right.
Special hero points you don't use until after your roll. And and the thing about the special hero point, when you use it, it modifies what the physical dice roll is. So where the regular hero point acts as like a bonus to your roll, the special can change. So if you've got a 19 and you want to make that a crit, you can change it to a 20. Now, if I have special hero points, I can race you and modify yours, and you can choose whether or not you want to modify it back. But yeah, you can change a crit to or non-crit to a crit. If I have a crit and you have a special hero point, you can change my roll if need be. So, it's after the fact, it changes the physical die roll.
Very cool. All right. Sounds cool.
All right, so while we wait for Leaf to hopefully get back on, because otherwise I get to go and do more work in. One of these days I'm going to do the smart thing and just put you all in a window and just call it like Jay does and call it a day. But today is not that day. Anyway, and so you have the ability to take on special jobs on behalf of the crown, which actually happened yesterday. The two adventures that were run yesterday were specifically asked to be looked into by the crown, mostly because the kingdom has been under a lot of financial strain. It's 40 years since the Greyhawk Wars, and they still have not recovered. Taking on the pre-Lacey of Almor and bringing it into the kingdom. There's been a lot of duress on the crown's supplies. Almor was basically scorched earth by the Great Kingdom over when they were occupied, and they are still just trying to get back on their feet. In light of that, and in light of all the services that have been done, and because of what occurred yesterday, the guild has been notified, or had been notified, that they were going to be honored via ceremony at in Realmord, where they would be officially recognized as a crown sponsored guild. Not sponsored, but a crown recognized guild. They were the leaders of the guild, both Tyrella and Adolis, would be joining you for the ceremony. The princess, king, and queen were all going to be there. Be there as part of the ceremony, and it really, honestly, it's your first your trip to Realmord. Actually, Lagamundo, you'll be returning to the streets of Realmord that you had left some time ago, and I think it's fair to say you're returning a very, very different person.
Why is that?
Well, you grew up on the rough streets of Realmore.
Oh, I thought you meant just since the last adventure. Yes, since the beginning, I haven't been back to Realmord. You're right. I'm coming back very different and one level higher.
And now more adventure than person just trying to survive by by wits and the strength of his fists.
Only one level.
It's been a long year.
It's been a long year.
I'm just saying I'm a level higher. It's awesome.
No, it isn't.
Quick question, Alex, how you doing is the machine recovering, or? Oh man, can't win for losing sometimes.
I decided to have a celebratory glass of wine for the purposes of our 1-year anniversary, which I think is great. Not that I'm advocating for drinking in the morning, which I usually do not do. However, this is a convention, and my wife has given me 6 hours off from hanging out with our kid. And so I am going to capitalize on that time to have the best time I possibly can. So cheers, everyone, to a year of a life well played.
Awesome.
I'm going to cheer you. I know it's might be considered bad luck, but I'm going to cheer you with my coffee is done. I've had my my freshly made pot of coffee this morning, and now drinking water, because if I started drinking wine, this would end up being a very, very different adventure by the end.
Yeah.
Might be a
Um,
venture to your bed at this point, probably with all you've been through.
Pictures Rob going, "You're dead. You're all dead." No, I'm kidding. You're all
as the
fine.
five founding, the five founding members of the Righteous Hands, and the first of the recruits for the reformed Company of the Sundered Shield, you are the group that has been selected to go to Realmord with the leaders, and be part of the ceremony. You don't need Discord, sir. Oh my goodness. Did you learn nothing? Do not update anything. Oh boy. I have the perfect what do you call it? One of my newer emotes. Uh-huh.
What the
I
frick?
get rid of everything from auto. Nothing. I don't allow anything to auto start that doesn't absolutely need to be auto started. The city of Realmord is, with the exception of Hans and probably Sal. I think Sal has been to the city of Greyhawk. I know Hans is. I know Hans has spent a lot of time in the city of Greyhawk.
Oh,
And
there's
had to
nothing bigger than Realm Mod. It's huge.
uh, Realm, where the city of Greyhawk is a large sprawling, city, and even Ragby to a certain extent is somewhat sprawling, not quite on that level. And let's see who I end up having to shift now that he's back. Of course, that would be too easy. But even Ragby to a certain extent is somewhat sprawling, not quite on. And Alex, I think it's or no, you have I
Yeah, it
think
was
you
Alex. He
have
needs
your
to.
volume, the tab not muted. All right, let's see. Who do I need to move? And there we go. All right, excellent. That worked. So we're both like, you're Sal and Hans. The city of Greyhawk is a big, massive, sprawling city. Even with the walls that have been put up to divide the various sections. And Ragby just, as Port City ends up going as far as it can before it just basically you get to the outer walls and they're still beyond farmland and shanty villages beyond. Realmard strikes you very much as a fortress city. The outer walls are large. There are battlements all over the place. This is a city that looks ready for siege at any given time. It strikes you as a place that is very, very defendable. Even the buildings that are tall enough to be seen beyond the walls. You note that there are many battlements and many places where archers could be placed ready to shower death upon anyone who was foolish enough to try to lay siege to the city. And it is also right now. There's as you travel, you note that there is a lot of traffic on the roads to the city. A number of people who are coming to and fro, and there's a general pall amongst the populace as you get closer to the city. What you end up finding out, well, I mean, I'll let you decide how we've got time. I'll let you decide how you want to find out what is going on, or when you want to find out what's going on. But you find yourself basically making way towards the southern gate. to the left of the southern gate is built into the wall is what would on its own be almost a small fortress. You know that it is Lagamundo. You know that it is not really the city watch that's catered, but basically the defenders of the city. It's where there's a barracks there. They could house basically a small army in that one building alone. And you note that the flags are flying. The flags are basically flying at half mast. They're just adding to the feeling that something has gone wrong.
So just in terms of our understanding and our status in this situation, I mean, we're not we're not considered to be antagonistic to anybody. I mean, we're really like a group of righteous folks trying to help out. So if something's going wrong, who's our real face guy? I'm going to say we should send that guy in and talk to the people and figure out what's going on. Looks like something's afoot.
Well, Lagamundo knows this place.
Yeah,
Yes.
you should go in, Lagamundo.
Into Realm Mod? We should all go into Realm Mod. It's a great
We'll come with you.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you think, Lagamundo, would be the reason for this? Has somebody of import passed?
I don't know. I have not been in the town in some time.
Just
Who ruled Realm Mod when you left?
is there any like smoke around us? Any kind of signs of like a recent battle or anything else like that that we can see from our current vantage point?
There is, the general pallor of the people who things are quiet. I mean, there's little mumblings, people speaking. So there's some regular conversation. Not everybody's affected equally by it. It's not like there's this massive sadness, but there's just a general lower key, just people being not quite as effusive. It's not as loud and boisterous as you would expect heading onto the city and what's otherwise a really, really nice day. The sun is high in the sky. There's really not much of cloud to be seen. It would be it'd be a beautiful day other than the whatever seems to be the matter here.
I'll wander close to another traveler and say, "Good day. What, why the long face? What seems to be bothering everyone?"
The person you asked is actually there's a couple that is leaving the city. They bringing a horse behind them that has saddlebags. They look like they've been to the markets, and the man, some early 60s maybe. She says, I take it you have not heard. The Lady Astra Callister, cousin to the king, and basically the person who was supposed to be his heir, has passed away. A sickness overtook her, and before they were able to, before anyone was able to help her or even knew that she was ill, they found that she had passed. Now, Lagamundo, give me a wisdom check.
I'll roll it, but I do remember that A is on to us, and her name starts with an A. But let's see if I make my wisdom check. Hell no. I got a 14 and it's non-prime.
All right. Go ahead.
I want to take so is Thraskin, he's a cleric, right?
Yes.
I am. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to take Thraskin and Sal aside, and I'm going to just kind of very discreetly say, should we maybe offer to check out the body and see if like some kind of magical thing like happened to her, or if it's something that we can divine that in a respectful way. Like maybe there's some kind of something's afoot here, maybe like a poisoning or some kind of inflicted illness.
Do we know what the Lady A's role was?
So
And I
this
agree
is-
with Hans. I think something odd is afoot here.
Right. So here's what you do know. At one point, the queen had gone missing. And had been kidnapped, by the witches of the Nat Marsh. When that happened, the cousin Lady Astra had basically gone into the Nat Marsh and had disappeared for a while. There was there had been no word from her, and she was presumed lost as well. Had managed to find and save the queen and bring her back. In thanks, and partially because after having gone through a coup and the concern for his family's health and the realization that he did not want to put her in to put his daughter in danger, he decided to make his cousin, now a hero of the realm, his heir. It was never clear that she was ever going to, whether that was going to happen. Lady Astra is not much younger than the king is, and the king is in his mid-60s now. So it's one of those things where, just in case if something foul befell the king, he wanted to give it to someone who had the respect of people and was really, honestly, a king was trying to protect his daughter. As you can tell from that last adventure that you all had together, that doesn't always go, that didn't always go well either. But things are happening.
So Sal talks to Hans, and he agrees with them, and he kind of ropes Thraskin together, and they go and they examine the body, and at the same time, I think I can't remember if Hans can detect poison.
Let me just see here.
Sal can, if Hans can't.
All right.
And I can, and I will, I shall. So I will, but first of all, are we like offending anyone by doing this? Just to be clear, or is she just laid out there? Like, how are we?
We're still on the road to
you haven't
the
seen the body
town.
yet.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So I would definitely, I definitely have that, being the jack of all trades. So I will say absolutely I have a detect poison, and maybe Thras can do like a heal check or something to see if there's like, I don't know, some kind of disease or.
Yes. Well, when we get in and speaking to the proper people, we can offer whatever services are at our disposal. I find it odd with probably what resources they currently have that she would have been taken so quickly.
Yeah, there's something suspicious there, and I'm sure there's court physicians who have already done probably more than our abilities. But let's get in and see what needs they may have.
And speaking of the court physicians, are there any of them that are close by that we can talk to while we're doing our?
Not yet.
We're not even in the city yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
As you you get to the gates, and thanks to the letter, Adolis and Tyrella are with you. The two of them are basically keeping a bit to themselves. They've got they're constantly talking. You do overhear snippets, and it's questions of where do we look to expand next? What what do we do? All administrative stuff that they don't want to bore you all with. But once you get to the gates, they there is definitely heightened security at the gates. However, because of the letter saying that you're all to be feted for your services to the crown, and the guild is to be the company is to be recognized, you are able to get through really quickly. The internal of the city is no less impressive than it is from an external view. You know that the city basically expands from the southern route all the way to the Duntide River, which flows basically at the other end. In the middle of as you pass through the gates, again, you see the other side of the fortress along the wall to your left. There is, there's a number of soldiers out there in basically doing some sparring. Some are doing marches and training. You can tell there's trainings. A lot of barking out. As you look to your right, there are quite a number of wealthy looking buildings. You see, Lagamundo, you would know that this is the section where the wealthiest of the wealthy in Realmord live. All the houses are very ornate. The streets are clean.
Hey, that's where I got my book.
Everything is well done. You find yourself heading. Actually, well, that becomes a question. Adolis turns to you and says, "We have some time before they're expecting us. At the castle. What do you? You have some time to yourselves if you wish. What would you like to do?"
I would just like to look into, is there a thieves guild I'm aware of that might be
No,
operating?
that was
Okay.
one of the things that made you rethink being a thief on the streets of Romord. There are poor sections of the city. The city itself is much like the kingdom. The city itself is definitely going through some austerity. There is the poorer folk are still living in housing that it's probably better than if they were living in some poor hamlet, out on the plains away from everything, but not much. They're but because of the nature of the city and the strength of the leadership and just general the way the city is run, the fact that Palor is very prominent here, the church is very prominent here in their works. Thieves guilds have not been able to get a foothold, or had not been able to get a foothold for a long time.
Okay. I was just,
And
I kind of wanted to
yeah.
follow up on the bandit adventure, and they were hitting caravans right after they left Realmord, and see if I could track down anything. I wanted to see if anyone in the street was discussing something named someone or a person or group called V, or that had the initial V. And since they were being organized and being
So
clobbered right after they leave the town.
all right, so let's do this. Because of the fact that you are initially from Realmord, do you have an old contact or a maybe not a friend, but an old acquaintance that you'd like to contact?
Sure, my friend Lucius.
Lucius.
We grew up on the streets together. He decided to become um, uh, a cop, and I decided I didn't want to go that route. That's when I decided to go find my livelihood elsewhere. So Lucius is a city guard in Realmord, but he might know what's happening on the streets.
Okay. Um, in that case, you ask about to find out where if Lucius One is still here and is still serving. You find out that yes, he is still a member of the city guard. He's not advanced quite as far as one he might have hoped so far, but he is assigned to the northern quarter, the market area that lies between that lies just after the northern city gates. Um, Not exactly the wealthiest district, so there is some opportunity to stop crime there. Um, if you wish to go visit, one of it's a part that is marked both by the various markets, the goods markets. Though you do know that the food market is actually outside the city walls to the north, um, because of the need
Where the
to
farmers come in, yeah.
and shipments on the Duntide. Um, it is also an area that is where you find out that Lucius is assigned to the area just outside the law courts. One of the things that marks Realmord as a place of law is probably the second largest individual building outside of the palace itself is the building where the courts are held. The city guard is also partially quartered there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go see if I can track down Lucius and see if he knows anything about the mysterious V, or if he has any other news for me, and then just to let him know how I'm doing. And you guys can come along, or you can go find a tavern, or I mean, I'll meet you in an hour or so otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, let's pick a place and a time to meet up. I would like to head to the like the religious quarter or whatever, and stop into some of the churches there.
All right. Let me see where. Make sure
Like a little sightseeing trip, everyone's doing their own little
I
thing.
have
Mhm.
I have never been to a city this big, so
So I was going to say,
So,
Leif, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say you're if the most notable in terms of there really isn't so much a religious district. There might be small temples here and there. The largest in terms of physical buildings in or in terms of religious structures in the city, it happens to be the Temple of Palor, which is not far from the law courts.
not far from the what did you say, Rob?
The courts of law, where the general area where Lagamundo was going to be heading.
Oh, okay. Well, Palor would be the number one place I wanted to see, but even some of the smaller temples I would like
Okay.
to stop by. I pretty much am going to make a Goodwill donation at a number of these places. So
Okay. Yeah, no, the Temple of Palor would be definitely the place to start. You'd have to like go wandering around to find the others. They don't they don't look down on different churches, but it is recognized that this is, Palor is most prominent here, and that nobody really wants the political nonsense that comes with trying to rival the particular church.
Sure.
What about the rest of you?
I think we should go to a bar and see what people at the bar are saying, what rumors will swirl. Maybe we should tell everybody before they're going what bar we're going to, and
Yeah,
hang out.
I'll make some recommendations in the in the better part of town.
I think this is one of those times where we're going to divide and meet up again later. So we need to set a location and time for doing that.
Okay,
Indeed.
you know what I'm going to do is I'm just to make things simple and fast moving. I will go to the place that's recommended and I will make some friends. That's my action for the next round. And I'll roll a charisma check to see what rumors I can divine in the bar.
As you down another glass of wine.
As I down another glass of wine. Yeah,
Perfect.
Results oriented play. Who needs the process? Let's get to the result.
Offer the patrons some pizza.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's my move. If it's a charisma roll to make some friends, then I'll roll that. But that's what I'm gonna do.
All right. So let me make sure that I've got Lagamundo is at the area, the market and city courts.
And you can drag me along Lagamundo and point me to the Church Palor, right?
I will gladly do that. That's where you that's where you can get a free meal if you're poor.
Yeah. At the Church of Palor?
Yeah.
Lagamundo, here's where your backstory comes back to haunt you. Is that I'm going to take advantage of the fact that you're from the city of Romord. What is the name of the tavern that Hans is going to?
Well, he's going to the
The beach.
see if I can remember the name of the place. The Shattered Unicorn Inn, and it's got a unicorn visage with a broken horn as the wooden sign swinging in the wind.
Right.
Where is Sal and Leaf going?
That's so.
Yes, Sal's gonna actually ask Lagamundo. He needs to find a shop to be able to buy some of his requirements for some of his spells. That he's low from his last adventure, and so he needs to.
Go to the university district. People there always have really good stuff like that to steal. I mean, purchase. You'll see probably several places because there is a Relmod is one of the cities of Eridan learning. It was one like Rel Astra and Rel Devon, one of the cities of learning of the Iridian folk, and as such, it has a university studying warfare and history and many other things. And there is a bit of a school of magic there, probably the best in the whole world.
I
don't know any better.
Yeah, no. The Royal University is located inside the inner. Actually, it's located just outside the inner wall. In the wealthier district. One thing to note, and this will be important for Thraskin if you're interested. One of the second largest temple in the city of Nyrond is the Temple of Deleb, Iridian god of law and reasoning.
And knowledge, yeah. He's big on learning.
Right.
Right.
So that's Sal's going to look for spell components, but he's also going to see if he can meet up with maybe in the shop. It's just not like a Walmart for spell components, but it's more of like he wants to be able to find potentially the old man that's been working with him for years to see if he has anything that he's kind of conjuring up in the back, the back room that might be able to help him in their next kind of set of adventures that might be something new and different.
All right. And Leaf, are you going with somebody in particular, or are you going off on your?
First, Leif looks around and he feels crushed by the flow of humanity around him, and then he relates to what he understands of nature and how he respects the force of power, and he tries to understand the flow of power in the city. So he's going to wander and observe what goes on in the city and maybe find some natural areas as well to adjust a little bit. He feels more akin to the poor people of the area who have nothing than he does to the wealthy.
Okay. So you're going to go in a completely opposite direction. As you pass through, had passed through the main gates, you do notice that there are on, to your left is a number of ruins. There appears to have been fires and such. And you wonder if it's not a coincidence, or if it's no coincidence, the fact that the fortress is located where it is, just because of the fact that this area there's been crews of that there's been crews of cleanup, looks like they've been done. Actually, Lagamonda,
Oh,
you would know this,
the ruins
that,
are haunted. The
Well, of
ruins are
course.
haunted. Don't go there.
But you also know that beyond that is some of the poorest residences, beyond the ruins. Whether or not you want to go through the ruins to get there, I'll leave that up to you. Or you could go through, take the main road through the fortress area, or where the not the fortress area, where the inner walls, go through the inner walls, take the main road, and go out the other end. That's just, sometimes that might be a little less of a crush, though you're going to feel even more out of place because you'll have the grandeur of the palace in front of you.
I think he's going to skirt the edge of the ruins without actually setting foot too far into them.
Okay. And so Leaf is going to the poor district. Awesome. 5 people, 5 different places. This is fantastic.
GM's dream, right? Splitting the party everywhere.
Hey, I mean, if you're going to split a party, you might as well do it in
This is the way to do it. Yeah.
In one of the most fortified cities in all the realms. I mean,
Yeah. Don't split it, fracture it.
Oh man. All right. So let's see. Well, let's start with Lagamundo. And let's give a shout out to Lord Gazumba. There we go. All right, cool. It's working today. Haha, nice. All right. Lagamundo, you managed to make your way, and it takes you a better part of the morning because the city is it's pretty damn large. Just trying to get through the people. You finally get to the northern parts and the large building of law, and you managed to find Lucius, who just happens to be coming out of the building, through the large double doors, coming down the steps. He does not, he doesn't appear to see you at the moment.
Well, then I will sneak up behind him and rap him on the head and dodge if he tries to turn around and punch me.
Give me a sneak roll.
Doesn't sound like a safe thing to do here.
Oh, I'm not worried about him. If he takes me out for rapping him on the head, I have no business being who I am. Let's see, my sneak. Oh, hide. Okay. 17 prime.
You wrap him on the back of the head, and you see his entire body tense. And there's a pause, and he says, "I thought I had finally gotten away from that. Lagamundo, you bastard! What are you doing here?" As he turns
Just
around
in
to greet you.
town. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you
Uh,
too. And
Glad
he,
to see you
gives
doing
you,
so
gives
well.
you a
Better
hand.
to be a boot than a neck, huh?
Well, I got to do what you got to do to survive in these times. And listen, I see I haven't seen you about. You been keeping yourself out of trouble, you old bastard?
Yep, down in Ragby, joined an adventuring company of the Sundered Shield. Doing pretty well, keeping busy. The Crown
Company,
sends us work.
you're a member of the company of the Sundered Shield?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Well, hell,
Been busy doing lots of work for the Crown lately. In fact, we're looking into a number of robberies and piracy along the Almorian coast, and I keep seeing a reference to the source being something named V or somebody with the initial V. Have you heard of any? And in fact, they were arranging to hit caravans as they left Realmord with knowledge of where they were. So I thought you might be hearing something as well. Any seen anything related to that that might be useful?
it's the damnedest thing that you mentioned. First of all, Lagamundo's gone legit. What is happening? I did not think I would see the day. Uh,
We all do what we have to do.
yeah, this is true. Well played, sir. Uh, he goes, we've heard the whispers, and we've heard mention of we know about the caravans having been taken. It's gotten to our ears. There's been frightening little to go on. There are rumors and whispers. However, it's been hard to tell who's behind it. Because no one seems to want to take credit for anything. All we know is that the upper levels are worried. We've been told to be doubly vigilant. I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. We're vigilant all the time, but to be doubly vigilant, doubly suspicious of anything that we see. It's enough to have the higher ups worried. I can tell you this much.
Well, I imagine that we may hear from them soon because they've been giving us a lot of work related to this. Um, it's a shame about Lady Astra. It's funny that she was taken by disease so quickly, eh? Heard anything about that?
They've that has been that is honestly, it's not that we've never had such a thing happen, but the layer of secrecy that has been cast over the entire thing is also concerning. We've it's not been a fun time around here. Things have been a little subdued for a while, and that just further casts a pallor on things.
That's a shame. Well, I've got anything else you want to share with me? Because we got we're due at the palace in a little bit here, and or at least somewhere in those environs. My friends have all the details there.
Well, I mean, I suppose let's when you're due at the you're due at the palace. He stops as he suddenly realizes what you just said.
They're doing something for the reformation of the Company of the Sundered Shield, and I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to turn into another job for the Crown, and especially given the piracy and the banditry that V's been up to, I wanted to see if you had any leads that you might be able to share, being
Well,
closer to the streets.
well, he looks about and he says, "Listen, when you find that you're going to have some time to spare, I and I'll see if there's any more information that I can get or anything that I'm allowed to share. Find out when you're going to be free for a bit, and you still fond of the Shattered Unicorn?
Yeah, or we can meet at the Riverman's Repose. Either or. Just yeah, let's meet at the Shattered Unicorn.
Send word, send word via messenger to the courts, and someone will get the word to me, and just
Okay.
let me know when.
I'll just drop you a note by name.
Sounds good, my friend. Good. It's
Okay.
good to see you. It's good to see you on the right side of things. I
All right.
honestly never thought I'd see the day.
Take care, friend. And I rap him on the head again and smile and do a little dodgy punch thing and say, keep the peace. And then I say it on that, peace out. And I'll turn around and make my way to where we were going to meet. And on that note, Mrs. Asher has me doing some manual labor for just a moment. So I'm going to mute and be gone a moment.
All right. Thraskin. Which the you were following with Lagamundo, and it's not hard to find the Temple of Palor. It's while it doesn't rival, doesn't really necessarily rival the law courts in terms of size. It is an impressive structure all on its own. Let me see if I might have a description of it. Built in honor of Palor, the god of light and healing, this stone structure has a modest chapel and various rooms for the sick and wounded. And yeah, it's larger than most temples that you're used to. But you actually kind of find yourself maybe a little surprised that it isn't, more impressive than it is. It's definitely ornate. Lots of care was taken in building it. There's marble edifices. The steps are kept clean. There are 2 pillars leading to, framing the area leading to the front doors. Bill, the Master Crafter, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon. We are a little over an hour into our 6-hour stream, and they are in the city of Relmord, capital of the Kingdom of Nyrond. And the party has completely split up. I mean, completely. All 5 members have gone in different directions. Some close proximity, but in different directions. You see people milling about. You can hear the sounds not only of just the people talking about. There is a little more life to this part of the city, as the beyond that you can see the law courts where Lagamundo headed, and there is some sound carrying from the goods markets that lay beyond. There is another interesting structure not far from, that sits between where you are and off to the side, off to your right, but between you and the law courts, and that building is the city baths. You do see people, walking in and out. There's some younger people bringing in buckets of water, or bring out buckets of water and pouring it into what looks to be a sewer grate. But yeah, at the temple itself, nothing really seems amiss. I mean, there may this is your first time, so it's unclear how busy this is, relatively speaking, I should say.
Right. Well, I wanted to go in and seek out an acolyte. Somebody that apparently is wearing the robes of the church, and I'll introduce myself. I'll say, my name is Thraskin, and I wish an audience with perhaps one of the, I don't know what they would be called, prelates here or something like that. I was wondering if I might be able to get a word with one. I'm newly arrived to the city, and
acolyte is a young woman, young half elven woman. She says, "My name is Neela, and you are, sir."
my name is Thraskin Stonehill. I'm a follower of Muaman Dwathel. I seek in good relations. I wish to make a donation, but I have questions as well.
She doesn't when she initially greets you, she doesn't seem to be like surprised that she's talking to a dwarf. I mean, it's a somewhat cosmopolitan city, so dwarves are not unusual. When you actually announce that you're a priest of Molan Tawathul, that she looks a little bit surprised at. You get the feeling that she's not used to dealing with priests of dwarven gods. I mean, everyone, Clangeddon, Moradin, everyone is very, very familiar with. But that she's like, would you mind waiting here a moment? I will be right back.
Very well, thank you. And then while I wait, I'll be looking at the, all the carvings and everything else, and getting an idea for, perhaps anything that I might build in the future.
Okay. As you wait, you see Neela comes back out from one of the doorways further further into the church and off to the left. She gives you a wave, and following her and then coming towards you as Neela goes to tend to her other duties is an older man. He's easily in his late 60s, though he has very, very tan complexion. He looks like he makes sure that he gets a great deal of the sun, that he is, being a worshiper of the sun god. He looks like he just make sure that he enjoys as much of Palor's light as he possibly can. So his face is maybe a little weathered. His robes, though, speak to his status. He's not. You can tell right away that he is not just some mid-level, functionary within the church. This is a man of importance, and he walks with an assured gait. He's used to definitely used to commanding a room. You can easily imagine him commanding the attention of an entire church. Greetings, my son. What can I do for you? I hear that you wish to make a donation.
I do. One of my boon companions, fellow company mate of mine, he speaks highly of the church. Had stated that when he grew up on the streets here, that the Church of Palor was one where he was assured to get a free meal. So I would like to, I guess, in his honor, give thanks back to you by making a donation to make sure that is something that can continue.
Well, that is very, very kind. I apologize. What is your name?
I'm sorry. My name is Thraskin Stonehill. I am a cleric and follower of the Church of Muaman Dwathel. I hail from the Flinty Hills, and honestly, along with the donation, I seek information. I'm newly arrived to the city, and it seems that there's been myself and some of my companions are being honored. This I don't know if it was this evening, but whenever we're being honored, we're here for a ceremony. We're part of the company, the Sundered Shield.
Aye, and his eyes light up, and he says, "Ah, yes, I know of this. I will be seeing you then." Give me an intelligence check. I want to see what your level of knowledge is.
It's a 14 on the die. Call up my character sheet. Intelligence check. That is a 14 non-prime.
14 non-prime?
Yeah.
You have the sneaking suspicion, but you're not entirely sure. What? Chai latte?
It looks just like my dog's beef broth, and I heated up the wrong thing and poured it all over her food. She looked uninterested, and I'm like, why? Is she getting picky with her food now?
Very bougie dog. Makes a chai latte on the food.
Right.
Well, I didn't realize it, but apparently I accidentally left it out, and my wife's like, why is my chai latte out? And I'm like,
Very
uh-oh.
upscale.
And I double checked, and I'm like, uh-oh, wrong. I grabbed the wrong thing to heat up. So no wonder the dog didn't want it, and I had to refeed the dog. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Thraskin.
Dog's like, hippie.
As long as your wife didn't go take a sip of the beef broth, I mean.
Well, yeah. So I had to apologize to the dog and my wife for wasting their food and chai latte, whatever. So anyways, I had to do that and carry some laundry.
Dog food potpourri, fantastic.
Thraskin, you're aware enough to know that Kerdrick Ethelred is the high priest of the Church of Palor. In Nyrond. You have the sneaking suspicion, but you're not 100% certain that you are actually talking to him right now. So yeah, you're thinking that you instead of being able to talk to any priest, you're talking to the priest. I think you might be muted.
Sorry about that.
He was speechless,
I
realizing who he was talked to.
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Sorry about that. I would ask, are you His Holiness Kerdrick Ethelred?
I am indeed.
But it is an honor.
He looks delighted that you realized who he was without him telling you.
It is a complete honor, sir. I have heard of you.
Oh, I thank you. I am. It is I who am honored to be able to give blessings to the company and all that they have done for the crown. Word has spread of your exploits. This donation, how much did you wish to give?
200 gold pieces.
That is most kind. That will go a long way in helping feed a number of our less fortunate residents.
Indeed. If you don't mind me asking, I am curious. On our way in, we caught word that Lady Astra,
yes,
has passed, and I was curious if there might be any information that you can provide on this. I'm certain with the Church of Palor being prominent in the city that your priests and such have been, I guess, brought in to look at this, and I would like to offer whatever services would be at my disposal.
It is unfortunate. She was not in the city when she passed. We did not. She was at one of her residences, and unfortunately, she took ill and passed away before anyone had even a chance to. Anyone realized that she was ill. And there was no hope of there's no hope of curing her. She was already gone, and sadly, while we do have the ability to bring someone back, she had made it clear that she had a will that made it clear that she had lived a good life and had reached the age where she did not wish to be brought back if she were to pass.
I mean, I hate to ask this, but do you suspect foul play in this?
We haven't had any clear reason to suspect foul play. I mean, these things do happen. We live in a world of miracles and such, but occasionally people slip through the cracks, and sometimes timing is unfortunate, and this just seems to be one of those times.
Well, it's very unfortunate, and it weighs heavy on my heart that she's passed.
It weighs heavy on all our hearts. I know she was very popular within the city. I don't know if you were aware, but she was to be the heir to the crown.
Indeed.
Due to things that, she had gone above and beyond and putting herself in personal danger in saving our queen at one time. But yes, it is a very, very, very sad occasion.
Well, like I said, I did want to offer our services if there was anything that were to be needed, and I guess if you would be so kind as to pass that along.
Yes. Please hold here for a moment, and he calls out to Neela, who is going about lighting candles, and there's the slight sense of incense growing in the air. It's not overly strong yet, but it looks as a ceremony is being prepared, of some type is being prepared, or service of some type is being prepared. He gestures to Neela and uses a couple of hand signals. She disappears for a moment, and then comes back. Neela offers you a scroll. He said, and His Holiness says, in thanks for your generous gift, a small token. May you find it useful. And in exchange for the 200 gold, you find yourself with a clerical scroll of bless.
Oh,
So,
wonderful! Thank you. I hand over the coins, obviously, and I say it's an honor, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again at the ceremony.
I look forward to seeing you there. And with that, he excuses himself and gets back to work. Neela is just she's torn between, she's watching him go, looking at you, and looking at the candles that she has not yet lit, and is trying to figure out what she should be doing right now.
I bid her good day and said, you have you have duties, and I have to get back to my my other friends.
Thank you. Yes, I do have duties. Yes. It was a pleasure to meet you, and on behalf of the Church of Palor, thank you for your generous gift.
Thank you, Neela.
And she takes the bag of coins and goes back to the goes to the one of the back rooms.
Okay. And I will move out and kind of head back towards our meeting place. Or maybe I'll just sit around here and I'll kind of mill about here and wait for Lagamundo to pass and join him as well.
All right. So next up on our list, we've got Hans at the Shattered Unicorn Inn.
Yes,
Hans,
sir.
yes, the Shattered Unicorn Inn is pretty much exactly what Lagamundo told you. It is right now. It is by far the liveliest place that you've seen so far in the city. Everybody's a little down, but given enough alcohol, spirits get lifted, songs get sung. There's and it is a beautiful day, so there's not too much to be upset about. Most people are momentarily upset for a person that they don't know, they knew of, and a little tinge on things. But you see that the Shattered Unicorn Inn, there are 3 separate bars in the main room as you walk in, on either wall, as well as the wall facing the door, the far end of the room facing the door. It's early after, like I said, it's about early afternoon when you reach. There are people who are obviously there for eating either an early lunch or an extremely early dinner. There are plenty of people about, sitting at the various bars, at the tables. Yeah, it is a very lively place.
All right. So, is there like a particular group of people that seem, pretty lively and open, friendly, more so than others?
Yeah, there's one group that every so often they let out a little cheer. You're not quite sure what they're cheering about, but they're and you see every time that they cheer, they they take another drink.
All right. Well, so what I'll do is I'll go to the bar. And what are they drinking, by the way?
They based on, it looks like they're all drinking ale.
I've learned it's best not to ask.
Okay. I'm going to go to the bartender and I'm going to buy a round of drinks for that group.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the bartender, whatever it is that they're drinking, give me a whole round of that.
All right.
And I'll get a round for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to sit down and bring some. And I'll also order. What do they have on the menu at this place?
Well, there's always both the soup and the stew of the day. There's also venison available. There is. You're not seeing there at the moment. They do not have any beef available, though. You do note that there are different dishes full of small game, some rabbit. Definitely one of them. Also, you do note that there's also some goat on the menu.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I will get a stew with some goat, and I will make that order, and I'll say, in the meantime, I'll find a round of drinks and get a beer for myself, and I will walk up and introduce myself to this group of people, and I'm gonna try to discern some rumors about what's going on in this place.
So yeah, the offer of a free drink. Listen, anyone who's buying drinks is more than welcome. Well, hello, take a seat. Thank you so much. Please join us.
Yes. Of course. I'm new to this city. I've just come and my friends are here and we're all gonna have a good time. And I've been told this place is quite the establishment and you guys are the liveliest group here. So hello. And I introduce myself as Hans and I provide my a little bit of background about what I do and I kind of jokingly drop them like, so what's up with the recent death? What's going on over there? There's all kind of stuff happening. But I'm still kind of it's kind of a jovial conversation.
They introduce themselves. The main person who greeted you and introduced himself as Magnus. One is he tells you his friend Jared, Philip, and Alexander. Magnus says, yes, that is it's our cause for celebration. We're celebrating Lady Ashta's life, her deeds, her service to the kingdom. A finer woman you will not find. It's sad, but we believe that a life is to be celebrated, not mourned. We know it may seem a little bit uncouth to be so happy at such a time, but it did not feel right to be so very sad that permeates our city.
And I say, I think I think that's wonderful. And what better way to celebrate the life of a person than to have a song? Is there no bards in this bar? And I raise my voice. Is there no bards in this bar that can sing to the life of the lady on this fateful day? Is there no bard who can sing a song about the tale?
Yeah, give me a charisma check.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've been dying to do a charisma check all session. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Okay. May not be the best.
What'd you roll?
A 9.
A nine total, or with your level added?
Oh, with my no. So I haven't added my levels. My level is 4.
All right.
And I do have that black dot on my charisma, whatever that means.
So it's a prime.
Yeah.
From the far side of the bar, with your shout, you hear "Challenge accepted." And a young man gets up. He gives you the impression of somebody who's trying to look more well off than he probably is. His clothes are definitely brighter than the average person. Maybe a little too bright. It just very, very lots of colors. You kind of question his choice of color combinations. It's almost a little out there. He's not great. Doesn't look like he does a lot of color matching in his spare time. However, his voice, as soon as he starts singing, there is no question of his talent. His voice is pure as can be. And he's singing, singing a song that most of the people in the bar seem to know the words to. And it is an upbeat song with a the chorus of it is just basically them shouting Lady Ashtra like 3 or 4 times. And as you pick up on it, you realize that it's telling the tale. The tale itself, give me an intelligence check. You should be able to.
That's I better get a good roll on this. Oh, 16 on the raw roll. 18 intelligence, level 4 wizard.
Yeah, as you're listening to this song and the story that they're telling, you realize that certain liberties might have been taken with the story, because if half of the stuff that they were saying was true, or if there was half truth to any individual component of the story, this would be the most incredible person that you have ever heard of living anywhere, having done anything. And this is coming from somebody who's seen quite a bit himself. But no one seems to care. They're telling the story of how she single-handedly saved the queen from the clutches of the witches of the Nat Marsh. She brought them all low single-handedly, no help from anyone whatsoever. At perilous, at peril to life and limb. When everyone thought she was gone, she came back triumphant, not a scratch on her, just the corpses of a coven in tow, and the king was so grateful that he offered to abdicate right there, but instead she was able to convince him to just make her the heir. Again, many liberties taken with the story, and one that is probably not sung outside the confines of the bar. Stories of kings just offering to abdicate usually don't go over well. And right after it, there is a massive round of applause as he finishes his song.
All right. I'm going to keep chatting to these guys, and I'm going to ask, are you guys satisfied that the death was like a natural thing, or is there any kind of rumors saying that something else happened?
Magnus ponders the question, and Jared looks at you and says, it's always concerning when someone of prominent stature dies, and Lady Astra was, we everyone thought she was the best of us, but these things do happen. Alexander says, I'm not convinced. I think somebody else had it out for her. It's got to be. How does the heir to the crown fall dead with where you have all the Church of Palor available at her service? They had no priest with her at the time. What is this? This makes no sense whatsoever. And you see Philip nudging him. Would you stop that? Conspiracy theories. Come on now. I mean, they're not going to let the heir die. These things happen. Alex grumbles.
And I just say that's weird. Was she supposed to have like a priest with her at all times?
Magnus is, you would think so. I mean, it's I don't know. We are not totally clear on the ways of the ruling class, and it would seem like something that they would have. You would assume, but for all I know, it is just perfectly normal, and they live, well, relatively normal lives, and it's just one unfortunate matter of timing that she fell ill while she was, one, not in the city, and two, as we understand it, she was having a little vacation time, some peaceful time to herself, and it was just the wrong time for her to fall ill.
Do you guys know where she was when she died?
We were our understanding, and as far as the town criers have been saying, she was at one of her residences when she fell ill outside the city.
See, cool. Well, to a life well lived, and I'll get another round, and I'll give the gentleman who sang the song a 5 gold tip if he wants to sing a few more songs.
Oh, he's more. Thank you. He's very, very generous. A 5 gold there, and 4 gold for the 2 rounds in the food.
So you guys come back, and there's just a raucous song, I
Yes.
assume.
Hans has gotten the party started there. Sal, you are next up. The Royal University, it looks like it very much strikes you as what a place of learning would be. You see that there is a temple that is kind of the Temple of Deleb is loosely connected to it. There's a small what looks like a small covered hallway going between the two. And there are people going in and out the large wooden doors. The There are people sitting outside the building, reading, looking like they're reading through tomes in the sunlight. Most of whom probably really need the sunlight. You see that there are a lot of very, very pale people here. That you get the feeling that some of them have been ordered to go get some sun because they definitely need it.
Sal, again, he's at this point hood's down, so he's not afraid to kind of show who he is in this kind of environment because he's more of this is what his kind of who his people are. So he's not this isn't something where he has to feel shy about himself. And he kind of looks around the area to see who might be the best person to direct him towards either the maester or someone who is kind of experienced in either potions or spell components to be able to help him. Sal's got two things in his mind. One is that he wants to pick up some of the things that he needs, but he's going to use that as kind of an intro to be able to maybe get some information about what might have happened to Lady Astra, and if there was anything magical that potentially led to her death, and that if there's anything potentially that we could do to either bring her back or potentially avoid the same fate that she has had. So Sal's gonna kind of eye the closest, or I guess most I guess approachable person there to be able to maybe help direct him towards their professor or the person that is their educator.
Uh, Sitting outside, sitting outside the university, um, just off the side of the steps, on the grass is a middle-aged human man, who had been reading through a book of some sort and put it down and is now sitting there, just looks like he's kind of relaxing, enjoying the sunlight. He's one of the few people who looks like he's gotten more sun than the others. He actually has some coloring, some tone to his skin. Eating an apple, just relaxing on what is a very nice day, in fact.
So Sal walks up to him, and he something unusual for Sal, but he almost like changes his personality because he's a little bit, again, more reserved, more not dour, but just a more reserved person. And he looks up at him and he says, "Hello, friend. I'm here. I'm traveling from far away. I'm here with some companions, and I am looking to find someone who might be able to help me as I'm um, educated in the ways of magic, and I need some materials that will be able to help me. And I've been directed towards the university here to be able to find someone that would be able to help me."
Well, I greetings. I am Thomas. Do you like apples?
Sal kind of looks at him a little bit awkwardly, as you know, people don't normally like offer him food as the intro to a meeting. And he looks at him and he goes, "Yes." And that's about it.
At his side, slightly behind him and at his side, he pulls out a small knapsack and or a small bag, and reaches in and pulls out another apple and says, "Please take one. I'm not going to be able to eat all these things before they start to spoil." And he tosses you an apple.
Okay. Sal catches it, looks at it, kind of rubs it on his shirt, shines it, thinks about eating it, and then just puts it in his pocket and says, "Thank you. It'll be good for my snack later on." And he'll make sure that he reminds himself to cast the detect poison on the apple to make sure that no one's doing anything nefarious for him here.
Uh, he watches you put the apple in the pocket. He's like, just kind of shrugs his shoulders. Well then, you were looking for supplies. So this is your first time to the university then?
It is. I've never been here before. I grew up in Hardby, and I've traveled long distances before. Spent some time in the city of Greyhawk, but otherwise, I have not been in this city or this seen this lovely university before.
You've been to the city of Greyhawk. This must seem like a small, tiny hamlet compared to the city. I have not been, but I've heard many things. It's my goal to journey there one day and visit the city that's hosted such great wizards.
Sal kind of looks at him and says, "There's good and bad things. There's big cities and small cities. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. And this so far has been a easy city for us to get around and find things. And so and which has led me to you. And it may have taken me days to be able to find you in Greyhawk, whereas only has taken me hours to find you here."
Well put. Well, I can help you. So the university, the door right here. If you walk inside, you're going to see there's going to be a desk where there will be a number of people sitting behind, a shelf with a number of people sitting behind it. Do not go up to those people, because if you go to those people, they're going to ask you more questions. What you want to do is you want to walk in as if you know exactly where you're going. It is the best way to avoid anybody asking you 1,000 questions that you don't need to be answering. Take the hallway down to the right. Go up the stairs. When you get up the stairs, you want to go down the hallway, back to your left. Take your second right. Go down the short hall, and the second door to your left is the shop. That is where we have most of our supplies. You can find most of your basic spellcasting supplies there. If the rarer things, they're trying to purchase those will result in more questions than you want to potentially be answering, and they are also going to charge you 3 times the market rate for them. The low-level supplies, they're used to students and such. So anything you need for the more basic spells that you might be casting are easily obtainable.
Sal looks at him and kind of mentally jots down, go to the right, up the stairs, take a left, second right, 2 doors down. He's got it. He knows it where it needs to be. And then he looks at him and he goes, "What do you do here, friend?"
Oh, I'm a forever student. I admit the magics. I have some talent for spell casting, but it does not come easy for me. I have not advanced nearly as far as I'd like, but I keep working at it, and one of these days I will have that breakthrough. I know I will, and I will be able to be of real service with my spellcasting abilities.
And your teacher, the professor who has taught you the most, you think is
That would be Professor Gaius Grimthorn. He's he's an interesting interesting person.
does he have
uh,
a doctor around here, or is he not here on campus?
he well, you actually, now that I think about it, you'll pass his office as you head to the shop. Um, I warn you, he's not the most personable fellow. I've often wondered why he decided to go into teaching. He does not seem to find joy in it, but well, it is what it is.
Okay. Sal kind of tips his head, thanks him, and as he's like walking away, he kind of turns back and says, "You might not know, but I've been asking. Have you heard of Lady Astra?"
Oh, everybody's heard of Lady Astra. Most unfortunate business. It's a real shame. I, 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 I remember stories when I was younger of the deed she did, and apparently there is a song that goes with it. I will not partake in the retelling. It seems very very silly to me, though. Apparently, it's very catchy. If I had more time to spend in taverns, I would be able to tell you the verses, but unfortunately, it is all I can do to keep up with my studies as it is, and Professor Grimthorn is um, does not waste time with people who do not dedicate themselves to their craft. Let's just say that.
Sal kind of keeps as he's walking away, he realizes he's not going to get much help from him with that, and so he keeps moving toward in the direction of where he pointed him. Um, so he walks up the stairs, opens the doors. He sees the people that he actually that was discussed that were there. Um, Sal kind of just is he's got his rod in one hand and he's moving, just eyes forward. He's not even kind of just barely kind of glances at the people at the desk
Mm-hmm.
and blows right by them.
Yep. Nobody questions, and you make your way to the shop without any issue. And good as his word, you're able to restock on your basic because you're at what this point we were casting up to level 2 spells.
Casting up the level 2 spell. So yeah, he goes up to the door and he's like, he has a list. He pulls out the list. He needs a little wad of spider web. He needs a drop of acid. He needs a small crystal to help him and a feather. He's thinking in the future that he might need a piece of coal because there may be some options for him in the future if he gains levels. But the major things he's looking for is a small wad of web, a little drop of acid, a crystal, and some pillow feathers.
Okay. Yeah, easily able to purchase it. It's actually surprisingly only 3 gold for the lot. Um, but yeah, they're one of their you suspect that the people at the at the various uh counters are students. They all seem impossibly young, and you wonder how many of them would if all of them put together, because Sal, you're a full on elf,
Yep.
or yeah, how old is Sal?
Sal's age is he is 70.
Yeah, you wonder how many of them it would take together in age to equal how long you have been around. But they seem cheerful enough. Anyone who treats them kindly and isn't yelling at them seems to get really really good service, and you are taken care of in right order. They know what they're doing.
So Sal puts his components into his kind of component pouch that he has, swings that back around on his belt, and then turns back around as he passed Grimthorn's door, walking towards the door where they had the components. He, while he was walking past, he eyed the inside of that, and he was able to see that there seemed to be someone sitting at a desk that was there. And as he spun around, he was walking back towards it. He comes up to the door, and on the doorway, he as the door is kind of slightly open, he just knocks 2 or 3 times.
For Professor Grimthorn's door. You hear a gruff voice inside. Enter.
So Sal, at that point, kind of getting the okay, moves forward, walks in, and he again hoods down. He is actually very cordial with him. He looks straight at him and he goes, Professor Grimthorn, I've heard.
So when you enter, the single most surprising thing you've probably seen in quite a while is Professor Gaius Grimthorn is a dwarf.
Okay.
Full beard, wearing wizard robes. He looks at me. You're not one of my students.
And then Sal looks and he goes, very perceptive. That's why you are a professor. I'm Sal Ogle. I have come from the city of Harby. I'm here with some of my companions. We are here to restock, get information, and I heard from one of your students that you might be able to provide me potentially some information.
What you've come quite a distance. What is it that what information are you looking for? I don't know. I mean, I guess if you've come this far and you've managed to track me down, I gotta give you some aid, but what information do you need?
So he kind of looks at the professor and tries to sort him out to see whether or not he is kind of honest. I don't know if there's a way that he can like make some type of check.
Give me a wisdom check.
So 13 plus 13 straight up.
13 straight up?
Oh, wait, plus my level. So 13 plus 3, so 16.
And is that prime or no?
Wisdom is not prime. 16, not prime.
You're not entirely sure. He seems between Thomas's description of him, you get the feeling that he's he's going to tell you what's on his mind. If there's any deception in his words, you're not picking it up.
Okay. All right. So he looks at the professor and he again just straight on is Professor. We're here to gain information about the mysterious death of Lady Astra. It's unclear how she died. She was supposedly at one of her residences and something happened to her, and it's unclear as to the method or how she actually died. And at this point, we're here to investigate this. Do you have any information that might be able to help me and my friends? Most importantly, if there was something potentially nefarious that occurred.
Not for nothing, but why would you think there's anything nefarious about it? I mean, people do get sick. I know them priestly types think that they can solve everything with a wave of their hand and a clasp of their magic amulets or whatever that is. I never subscribed to that thinking myself. That's why I'm here and not in some Temple of Moradin or something. I don't have time for that hogwash. I'm a believer in and the power of the arcane. I know that must seem weird to you, but I am who I am. You know, it's always troublesome when one of the when somebody of that kind of importance dies. It always gets everybody on edge, and quite frankly, it just gives my students a reason to slack off, and I'm never a fan of that. Just tired of it. I wish those types would take better care of themselves, to be honest with you.
So Sal thinks about that and then he looks back at him and goes, well, that sounds reasonable. I'm actually of the same mindset as you. I have one of my compatriots. He's a believer in magics that come from the gods, etc. But I'm like you. I believe that it is learned. It's a skill that we actually spend time learning to be able to then become proficient and then execute. So I'm with you.
Well, then you're an elf with a good head on your shoulders. I suggest you keep that there.
Will do, definitely. My question to you though is, if knowing that you are a believer in arcane magic, if there's something that you think might be able to even help Lady Astra at this point, or maybe potentially if we are close to her or interacting with the same people that might be able to prevent something of that occurring to us. My question to you is, does any of this of how she died, is it suspicious to you as a well-known professor of arcane magic? Does something just seem unusual to you?
Well, my understanding is that the Royals have their wizards and such. I look I try to stay out of the political nonsense. I don't need that headache. I'm a plain spoken dwarf. Guild Superior, good to see you, Dave. Just the politics of it, all it does is give this dwarf a headache. So I let them be. If they've got research questions that they want to come and ask us, they know where to find us. Nobody's asked me anything, and I'll be honest with you, I am just fine with that. I've got better things to do than worry about things and jumping out of shadows. And I gave up adventuring long ago, because I had one too many ales on the road, and a touch of the gout, and it just made things unpleasant. And now I get to be here, and I get to torture young, silly people with impressionable minds who think they're all going to be the next Mordenkainen, and we all know that's not going to happen. So I want to make sure that I put a stop to their delusions now. And well, so far I think I've done a pretty good job of it. So I'm just going to keep doing what I do and let the Royals worry about themselves.
Sal kind of appreciates that and looks at him and says, understood. And you just looking at this situation without someone coming in, I'm asking you, not the Royals asking you, does any of this seem peculiar to you?
Not to me personally.
It's just natural causes, do you think?
I mean, I know what I know what they've told us. So unless there's something that they're not telling us, yeah, I would say natural causes.
Okay. Sal thanks him. He thanks him for the experience here and his ability to come up and see his beautiful university, and kind of works his way out of the room, back down the stairs, and at that point tries to head back over to the Broken Unicorn where the rest of the gang is meeting up.
All right. Leaf. We finally get to you, and you have made your way through the ruins, sticking closer to the wall. The further that you go along the wall, as you're heading towards these poorer sections of town, the more glad you are of the feel of the wall behind you, even though you realize that you're kind of on the wrong side of it to truly feel protected. Maybe it's just the sense that it's there, and that it's a sign of the strength of the city, because the ruins, quite frankly, are creeping you the hell out. They're You keep getting glimpses of shadows, despite the fact that it's still, it's still relatively early in the day. It's still, I mean, it's a little bit past midday, but not. It's not like late afternoon or anything. Um, this place, the burnt out relics that have been sitting here for, in your mind, far too long. It's very curious to you that in a city, that you've heard about the financial struggles that the kingdom has gone through, and obviously it's affected the capital as well. You can't believe that they've gone this far and let this kind of eyesore sit here for that long. Something weird is going on here. It is very, very off-putting.
Leaf would like to pause at those ruins, though. And he kneels down near the edge and he puts his hand into the ground, and he still feels the ash in his hand from those fires many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks about and he appreciates the fact that the power of nature has again overtaken this area. All the trees and plants have grown back into the old buildings that remain. He scouts along the edge to see if there's any type of plant matter or anything that he could use chemically or medically for the group. He even checks to see if there's anything that might be poisonous, any type of plant that grows here. And he considers Lagamundo's words that there might be this nefarious organization that exists under the very eye of the capital. So he looks about to see if there's any signs of any other travel or disturbance that might have come through here, or this mysterious V.
Give me a wisdom check.
It's a prime. It's a 12 on the roll, and it's a prime.
All right. So
that's going to be
yeah, you're fine.
18.
Looking about, you don't notice, you're not finding any, at least not human. You're seeing signs of animal life having gone through, possibly dogs or something of that size, having passed through. Hold on a second. Got to take care of business there. But no real sign of human traffic. It looks like this place has been given a wide berth. You're not seeing really any signs of anybody wandering through it. At least not along the wall. There's maybe some in certain places you see signs of smaller animals having gone through little bits where there's ash about, and you see you can see the paw prints
rats,
going
perhaps.
through. Yeah, you occasionally hear the scurrying sound of a what you assume is a rat or a bunch of rats. But yeah, no sign of human travel through here.
Feeling a chill down his spine, looking out there and seeing shadowy figures moving about, Leif's going to move along to the poorer section, and eventually he wants to make his way down to the docks of the Duntide.
All right. The poorer sections are as advertised. You do note that again. You've seen villages. You've come across villages where they live based on what they can find, and whether or not they have experts or people who are well versed in building housing, single family, single room structures even. This has the feel of a place that it's poor in a different way, where these buildings look like they were well made at one point. A lot of them have just fallen to disrepair. There are spots where the thatching on some of the roofs, the roofs of the houses are basically thatching that has holes in it, or places where they've things are being patched, or and not much care has been taken in terms of keeping it to the original look. It's a lot of emergency fixes. You suspect that a lot of these fixes were made while in the course of a rainstorm or some other such weather where they realized the outside was getting in. The occasional sound of a door squeaking, badly needing to be oiled, or even not really fully on its hinges. Yeah, it's it saddens you. You realize that these are people in one of the in the largest city in the kingdom, one of the largest cities in the world, and there are people living like this.
So, understanding how power flows differently in the poorer communities of the world, Leif looks around and tries to find someone that looks maybe in a position of power, a little more intelligent, that's not a thug roaming the streets.
Okay.
And he's going to approach that person.
As a matter of fact, you're able. You do note that there are several spots that you come across where there are younger a mix of young men and women dressed in robes with the holy symbol, the sunburst of holy symbol of Palor on either stitch into their clothing or in holy symbols around their neck, with a number of other people not dressed, basically dressed in plain clothes, who look like their clothing is a bit nicer than what you would expect to find here. Not necessarily the finest of clothing, but at least clean. The clothing is not torn or tattered. Likely volunteers who are handing out basically food supplies and some basic care to those in need.
I'm going to instead avoid these priests of Palor or advocates of Palor, and I'm going to look for somebody in the community itself that's accepting the goods who might be in a position of power instead.
It's not easy finding someone really in charge here. I mean, the other than the priests themselves, there's a couple of the volunteer looking types who are carrying, who are carrying baskets of, of goods, presumably to one of these tables for passing out, passing out to the populace. They're, they walk with, you note that their eyes are constantly vigilant, but they otherwise they're just walking back and look like they're walking to, or if their baskets are empty, they're walking from one of the tables set out.
Okay. I approach one of the volunteers and I say, "Your time for a coin."
Woman, maybe in her early 30s, says, well, what can I do for you?
I'm more curious about what has been going on with the Lady Astra. I understand that she has passed. Is that felt even at all in this community that is so poor?
Lady Astra, they're and she, you see her pause and bite her lip, and she says, "It's honestly the passing is sad. It is something that we just did need not need right now. We've the times have been rough, and we all do our part to try to help these people." And she sighs and says, Lady Astra, many of them saw Lady Astra as the person who, if she ever was in charge, was going to fix everything. And I've been around long enough to know that that's never true. Um, there's no one who can fix everything. You know, and she looks in. She looks up at the sky and she says, my apologies, Paler." And but yeah, it's these people are they need something more than just hope of a better future. They need actual uh, substance to the promises of the better future, not just some person who's just going to magically whisk away all their troubles.
So he looks at her and he says, "So I see you have these priests, and I'm not one for religion or spirituality, though I will not tangle in that web. Are there any other groups that have approached in this territory to recruit for their own means?"
Nothing that I'm aware of. To be honest with you, I, I take I take pride in being able to help people, but um, it's not safe to for it is not safe to just wander around um by oneself. It's it desperate people do desperate things, and of course, there are some who do desperate things in where they're just trying to get a little more for themselves. But we also know that they're the most vulnerable to falling in with people who would take advantage of their status and try to recruit them. I do not wish to, Paler, forgive me. I do not wish to fall victim to that. Um, I do what I can, but I am limited. I am not an adventurer. I am not a city guard. I am not brave.
You know of any viscount, or do you know of any guild where a member's name might begin with the letter V?
Ah, I mean, there's any number of people with the letter V. That's a very curious question. Very very specific question.
I tend to be direct at times.
Eh,
Gets answers faster.
it's appreciated. I appreciate a person who does not waste time beating around the bush.
He said, "Thank you for your time." And he waits until she turns around and he throws a small bag of 10 coins, gold,
Mm-hmm.
at her feet behind her.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "You dropped something, by the way," and he walks off.
Oh, she looks and uh, you hear her try to call out to you as you walked off, and she realizes that you're not turning around, and she finds herself waving to no one in particular.
And he makes his way to the docks.
Okay. All right. So, and of course, um, if someone could check in with TLG to find out how long they have to go, because I want to take a break, but I'm looking at their clock and realizing that they're 3:38. I want to make sure that they're not ending early, because I would hate to have them raid and be on break, because we are at the 1:30 mark. Um, yeah, something. Let's do that. Um, we're gonna take a break here because we're 2.5 hours in. It's a 6-hour stream. Let's take a 7-minute break, use the bathroom and get drinks, whatever, refresh your drinks, refresh your snacks, and then we will get going, because uh yeah, there are things happening at the docks.
Awesome.
Ooh, pizza.
Is that the big New Yorker, Dale?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that the big
big-
New Yorker? Said,
No. Some pizza from last night. Trying to do what I can in the short time we have.
yeah, 2 tea biscuits and a potato chip.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom actually as well, very quickly here.
Well, we're all poking for information. Sure, we'll get something eventually here.
I thought it would be a quick 5 minutes checking in with an old friend to follow up on a clue. 2 hours later, we haven't met our patrons yet.
Well, figured we split the party. And we've got a 5-hour session, so he was going to roll with it. I really wanted to get to the docks. Was my end goal. Figured I'd tap information on the way.
Dale, did you play in Les's game last night?
No, sir, I did not. I've only played in Rob's games.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, he came into the game we were playing in, and he just kind of poked in. And I figured, I know that you had played in some games before.
Yeah, that's right. He was up late with all of you.
Yeah.
What time did you play to?
Mm,
It was
Well-
in the AMs when I woke up and saw the game going.
yeah, so we finished at like 12:30 Mountain, so that would have been 2:30 Eastern.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
Wow.
wow.
It was a little at the end I was a little bleary-eyed. I had worked all day. I'd gotten up at God, I think I got up at like 5:30. So I was almost on the 20 hours there.
Did you have any surgeries on Friday?
Yeah, I had a full day of kind of surgical care. I had like 6 cases that I did, and then came home and exercised, and then at like 8:30, 8:30 it started, and so I was pretty spent by the end of it. So I was like, I gotta make sure I gotta wake up for Rob's game. So I was like, set 2 alarms. So I was like, I'm all good. So
I played in Carlos's game last night. It was supposed to be a 3 hour game, went a little long. We got 3.5 hours, but we did complete the adventure. We not only completed the adventure, we completed the adventure in a manner that he was not expecting. we circumvented a lot of things, and I had a lot of fun playing a cleric of Paylor. She rocked.
who else played in that game?
Bruingall, Chris played in that
Right.
game. Oh my goodness, Scottish Jeff was in that game. Lomas Lightfoot, I don't know what his real name is. Someone is in that game. His name might have been Jeremy. I'm not sure if Jeremy was the one playing in the game or if Jeremy was the one who the guy replaced.
Jeremy is a regular in all of Carlos's campaigns.
Okay, I then in that case, I think it was somebody who replaced Jeremy. Because I know.
Oh no, Jeremy was in the bottom right corner. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in there.
Okay, all right.
One that he's gonna publish, meaning that is Carlos gonna, or is this like a older like
Almost certainly to be published at some point.
So this, the adventure that Carlos ran is one of those things where it's kind of hinted at in the Lost Caverns of Sajkanth or Shokanth, how you want to play say it. And he basically took the kind of hook and created an adventure out of it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, suppose I've seen, he's been on Jay's show, and he says that that's his favorite module or whatever that has ever been published. So
yeah, he was very happy that was the theme for the con, and he's like, yeah, okay, I can do something with this. We had a funny moment because we avoided, we basically took down all of the puzzles, or sort of as close as they were to puzzle ball, not really hardcore puzzles, but things that you kind of had to figure out. And we avoided several combats that he had set up because the door, we decided to like search everywhere other than the doors. And then one of the doors that we could have looked in, there was a set of double doors, which led to the final encounter, which we took care of. And it was like, okay, you guys got through it and got, basically completed the scenario, and, successfully. He goes, in all the ways I was not expecting. And he had one combat encounter that we did that he was hoping that we'd find, that he realized that because of one of the items that somebody had, he goes, that encounter did not work as I was hoping it was going to work. The guy basically, Javelin of Lightning, ended up, because of the rebound against walls and such, ended up just destroying the thing.
But for you to figure out all his little puzzles, that's not easy. Without like being like handheld like through it, just saying, okay, you guys got it. Let's keep moving.
Well, the weird thing about it was the puzzles. It wasn't like I mean, I guess it was sort of like, oh, what do you want to do with this? It wasn't like a puzzle that was put in front of us. Like, you need to solve this in order to do something. And honestly, frankly, in terms of the part that my character, it was just basically her being her. She was a cleric of Paylor in a place that just felt very, very, very dark. So I just had a lot of fun being upset about how dark everything was, and taking it out on the darkness. All right, so we are back. It is, we're almost not quite, just about halfway through, and the party has split up, and for one of the few times the party is split up in 5 different directions, because it would have been 6 if Sonias had been around. Though if Sonis had been around, him still might have been 5 because he probably would have gone with you to the Temple of Palor. Oh no, man, actually, he might not have.
Would have done a tour of the town handing out pamphlets.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Handing out pamphlets, yeah. Actually, Saunius probably would have gone to the ruins to see if there was anything there worth handing out pamphlets to. So we'll assume that Saunius would have taken that particular path. But 5 of them, they managed to get some information, some more than others. No one golden ticket in terms of information. And all managed to do it while staying alive and mostly out of trouble. At worst, there's there's a lot of singing coming from a particular bar, but that's never a bad thing. So you're meeting up down by the market, heading towards the docks.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
It is down by the. It is down in that area that you do run into a familiar face. One Roxanne Danforth.
Dun dun dun. Roxanne. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep, somebody had to.
Very, very, very much not the red light.
Not the red light district, though, right?
I mean, she might be patrolling the red light district, but she's that for very, very different reasons. And she sees a lot of you, and she says, "Well, fancy meeting all of you here." As she seems to have seen you all before you caught sight of her. What friends? What brings you all to the capital? You are a long way from Ragby.
Well, first off, how is Roxanne dressed now? Is she dressed as a knight, or
she is dressed up as a full-blown knight of the Eventide? And I need to find what I did with the. One of the things I really need to do is I need to mark which of these things this is in. I want to say it's volume 1 of one of them.
When is the ceremony, Rob? Is it? It's not this evening. It's.
The ceremony actually will end up being. The ceremony will end up being tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. Okay.
Yeah. So, she is dressed up as a full blown knight of the Eventide. She actually has over her armor. She's wearing a tabard with the 3 horizontal stripes, 2 white surround with blue and blue above and below, a rich blue, not navy, just a deep blue, really kind of like remind you of a blue sea, with the white bar in between the 2 of them, and what looks like possibly an angry dolphin or some kind of fish. It's never quite clear, but that sits on top of the 3 stripes. She does have she does have the symbol of Palor around, hanging from a chain around her neck. And you see that she still does carry the sword. Her shield, she looks like she has a new shield, and the shield is emblazoned with the same coloring, the same markings as the tabard.
Blake looks around the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, looking well, Roxanne. We were on our way to. Where were we going? Was it the palace, or was it just another government building for some sort of recognition?
The palace.
The palace. Okay. I didn't want to overstep by thinking that's where we were going when in fact we were not going there. Oh yeah, we're just having lunch with the king. You know how it is.
Leif looks to Lagamundo with what he's saying, and then to Roxanne, and says to Roxanne, I think we need to speak in private.
Sure. Ooh, okay. That sounds ominous, but okay. She motions, and there's an area kind of sitting the wall that is protects the city from the shores of the Duntide. There's a kind of a quieter area between the poorer residences and the market along the wall, where not many more. It's more or less untraveled. She finds a quiet spot and says, "What's going on?"
You have closer eyes to the court. We're fearing that the Lady Astra perhaps fell to some type of deceit.
Her jaw drops, and very very serious look comes across her face, and she says, Why do you believe that? That's I. What do you know? I and she seems perplexed.
Her death came on a bit suddenly, don't you think? She wasn't ailing in any way.
No, she as far as we're aware, she is not ailing. Um, as the Eventide sits along the western borders of the Eventide, sit upon the shores of the Duntide, where the Natmarsh is just beyond, and we all know that what she was reputed to have done in service of the crown. So it and what impacts the Natmarsh also impacts the Eventide. So she's a hero to my people as well. She's a hero to the realm, but she's also very very much a hero in our county. Um, we've had our concerns.
Did she have any proclamations that were to be enacted that might have bothered others in the court?
None that we're aware of. Um, I mean, I assume that you all know that she was to be the heir at this point, and it's I know with all due respect to the royal wizards and the royal priests, it's no secret that King Linward has lived a difficult life. The poisoning of his father, the coup from his brother, the years of believing that his wife was lost. It has aged him. So the king is older than his age would suggest. And with that in mind, it's always the heir to the crown is always a concern.
But this is where we need you. Besides the heir, who else might have the most to gain from such a death?
That is, I mean, that is quite a list. There, I mean, there's always rogue elements left of Prince Seward, and with that, she turns and spits on the ground. Those who decided to follow him, and some were pardoned by the king and moved to probably promote stability, though. Those things always have their price. It is not to me to say whether it was the right or wrong move. The king did what he thought he had to do, and we did our best to we do our best to live with that situation. Not all, some of those who weren't pardoned weren't captured either. There are those who manage to disappear into the ether. There's always the enemies on our eastern border. I know some of you have had run-ins on that end. I hear that the company we've caught news of the company having dealt with even pirates on the southern shores. Thankfully they were wise enough to stay away from the southwestern shores, but Almor is, the Almorian coast is always a concern. Almor itself is a concern. Anything that unsettles that land it's the buffer between us and the kingdom of Alyssa, and anything that unsettles things there is not good. And
Leif puts out, sorry, I was going to say, Leif puts out his hand to steady Hans, who appears to have had a bit much to drink when he was at the tavern. And he turns to Lagamundo and says, well, Lagamundo was there. Perhaps he could fill you in more on those details.
Which details, my friends?
Of the mysterious V you referred to.
Oh, yes, and I'll just bring her up to speed. I'll be like, yes, in both finding the purchaser of where mysterious goods sent to the Almorians have been sent, and in investigating pirates on the coast, we came across letters to the leaders of those groups, both signed from a mysterious V, and one said that, let me check my notes, and I pull out my little scribbled notebook. It says, one of the notes said, all is going according to plan. A might be on to us. Signed V. I was wondering if the A mentioned in this note might have been Lady Astra, and that V caused her demise. Whoever the mysterious V is, but we can't find any clues as to what V is.
Where did you say you came across these notes?
So one of the notes from V we found as the sponsor of pirates on the Almorian coast. Another note, also signed with the same V, was found in a bandit camp where goods had been stolen from the Almorian refugees. The aid sent to Almor was being taken by bandits just as it left Royal Moored, and they were driving it to this location. We recovered what bounty we could in this clue, but we didn't have any captives among the leaders. They insisted upon dying on our swords.
Two things happen almost simultaneously. One, first of all, she asked if she can look at the notes.
We're in a safe place, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I pull out the bone tube that I normally keep contracts in, and hidden behind some of the contracts, I pull out 2 notes and I show them.
Leif keeps watch to make sure nobody else is approaching us.
I'm assuming nobody had an issue with me keeping those from both those episodes.
As she's reading them, her face goes utterly pale.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Well, there's another thing that happens as this is going. There's a lot of shouting happening from the other side of the wall, and calling it a fog probably isn't the right word. It's almost there's a lot of smoke coming from over the wall, and the most awful smell. There it is. It smells like a dung heap has been lit on fire with the power of a couple of fireballs. It's just throttling, basically throttling your nose. If any of you were half orc, you would be doubled over in pain at this point. And You note that at the gate there is a, not all that far from you. The gate from the city out to the, the river. There is yelling and screaming and people rushing further into the city, seemingly to get away from whatever it is out there.
Should we investigate? I think we should investigate.
I think that's what we do.
I'll stuff those notes back in my tube if I can get Dame Roxanne to let them go.
She hands them back over to you, and as soon as the screaming and yell, she hands them back to you, sees the screaming and yelling going on. You see her take pull out a handkerchief and put it to her nose. It says, "Yes, let's go."
Is the handkerchief emblazoned with any A's or V's? Sorry, that's a joke. Yes, let's go.
Yep.
I had to think for a moment. It's like, no, her grandfather's name did not have a V in it.
That would have been awkward.
You guys want to do a marching order if we're going to go into this place, wherever it is we're going?
Still open town for the most part.
Yeah.
There's a wall, right? So we can't see what it is. All we can have is a smell of whatever it is that's coming to us, but there's a wall in between us and whatever.
Rob, can I pick up anything with enhanced listening?
Give me a wisdom check.
Oops. Oh no. Apparently I can't hear anything, over the other noise in the town right now.
All right.
That's really bad.
Actually, Sal, why don't you give me a listen check as well?
Uh, 10 non-prime.
Yeah, you're not hearing anything in particular above the yelling and the rush of humanity as it tries to get through the gates, and it takes a little bit of fighting your way out. What you do find on the river, in front of basically in front of the docks, is what looks to be a standard nice. You can very clearly hear a husband and a wife arguing over why they can't have anything nice. That's awesome. I love it. There is what appears to be one of the standard, what looks to be the size of a standard river ship that would be carrying goods back and forth. The thing is on fire, and it is very clearly what is causing all the smoke. The smoke is like extra thick. Yeah, something. Leaf, give me an intelligence check. What'd you get? You're muted.
Sorry, I said that's not a good one for me, but then I got a 19 on the roll.
Yeah, you've dealt with enough, dealt with like enough forest fires, and I think, basically trying to, staying warm and living out in the open, and just basically campfires and such. And that, yeah, this thing's going to create smoke. This thing is creating a hell of a lot more smoke than it should be. At least just for a ship on fire.
It's a barge, right? It's a riverboat.
Yeah.
It's not okay. It's not some ship we'd recognize from our past maritime adventures. Okay.
No.
Maybe one of us should keep an eye out to make sure there's no other activity and this isn't just a distraction.
True that.
You find yourself, wandering through, and you see people to your right, where the just along the wall, as the wall goes a bit further inland, You can see the food markets, the people, trying to pack up their goods and just mad scramble. People trying to make sure that no one is stealing anything that they can while this is all going on. But oddly enough, there doesn't seem to be anybody too interested enough in food to be staying in the smell for any longer than they need to be.
Does it
can
look
we-
like there's anything of value on this, or are we better off sinking it to put the fire out?
If there was anything on of value on it,
It's gone.
it looks like it's probably gone.
Is the barge actually like docked, or is it just out in the river?
It's out in the river, but it doesn't seem to be floating by.
It's just like parked there?
Mm-hmm.
Anchored out there.
That seems, well, yeah, it doesn't seem suspect. That could very well be normal.
Anchored. Is Bruingall holding it down?
Does it appear to have like a bunch of open cargo like out on the deck, or is this something where, stuff is under wraps is burning?
Everything that is on top of the deck is completely aflame. I mean, the fire itself.
Okay, so we'd have no way of telling.
Yeah, I mean, there might be stuff. There might be stuff, goods there that are there, but it doesn't take much to figure out that unless this entire thing was covering, unless it was basically completely handling alcohol or something extremely flammable, this is not a matter of a fire just moving through. This whole thing looks like it was set alight.
Would Lagamendo know the depth of the Duntide here to see if we could sink it and maybe recover materials if anything survived?
Uh,
I mean, the Duntide's going to be fairly deep here because it's a regularly used merchant channel, and they'll keep it dredged just to make sure that things can get through. That said,
thinking sink it.
I'll also, point out that if it sinks, I don't think it'll block all traffic. It's a barge. Barges aren't that.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't have a mast or anything, and
so
it's not all that tall.
If it's being burned for a strategic purpose, it's as was pointed out, a distraction. So maybe there's something going on in another part of the city that this is meant to pull the guards or the sentinels away from.
And Hans will raise the point that it seems like there's more smoke coming out of this burning barge than is supposed to be. Can I maybe do a spellcraft check to see if this is some kind of spell?
Give me an intelligence check.
That's a good one. That's a prime for you, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh, 19 on the roll. Not even with any adjustments.
So while no one is willing, other than the guards who are like milling about trying to get people, to evacuate in some orderly fashion, while a couple of them stand on the river, hands over their mouths, trying to figure out what they should do about this, because this is really above their pay grade, and not their skill set, to say the least. You would have a hard time believing that something like this didn't happen without the benefit of, at least maybe a fireball or some kind of. You're not, unless you cast it. Actually, do you cast detect magic?
Oh yes.
All right, no. If you cast detect magic, oh yeah, no. There are remnants. This thing was definitely set on fire magically.
And I will
why
tell
still
all
burning,
of my.
but
yes.
it basically magic. You know well enough that, or you're able to discern that magic was probably what was used to set it light, but this thing definitely was set with whatever needed to burn well and burn the way it does. It was prepared to burn this way.
Okay, I'm going to communicate that to the guards. And say that they need to request their backup whatever it is, and they need to send somebody in because something's happening. And then I'm going to convey that to the group, exactly what Rob just said. And I will, yeah, I will. That's going to be my move, and I will. I'm going to gravitate towards the middle of our group.
And Rob, I am going to, when Hans says this, I cast Detect Poison,
Okay.
kind of at the extent of my range, 50 feet where the smoke is.
Good. Yeah. The good news is other than being overcome just by the fumes and the level of smoke and not getting enough good air, you're not there. There isn't anything poisonous about it. It's
Okay.
just
It's just noise. It's noisome rather than poisonous.
yeah. It's
Okay.
just. I mean, if you're in it long enough, you might pass out, but that has more to do with just getting enough oxygen.
Sure.
Blackamundo, give me a wisdom check.
Let's see. My wisdom check. Ooh, 18. Not prime, so barely made it if there's no challenge level.
Something is nagging at you, and you suddenly realize, you're because it's been a while. You've been out of the city for quite some time, and it's been even longer than that since it's something that you've taken advantage of. But you realize that not far from here is the entrance is to one of the entrances, or really more the exit for the sewers beneath the city.
I will point that out. I was like, hey, there's an entrance to the sewer near here.
This is obviously a distraction. We need to move.
Although I'm leery of going into a sewer right before we're supposed to go to the palace.
This is
Well-
your territory. You know it well.
Remember, that's not till tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought we were in had to be there inevitably or in shortly. Yeah, let's. I
Born and
will.
bred in the sewers.
Where is the entrance to the sewers? Is it right in the middle of the street, or is it off to the side near the river?
It is off to the side. It is beyond. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I decide to put it in the right place. Yeah, it is off to the side. It kind of not basically the wall that you were standing for. Interestingly enough, the entrance kind of goes almost immediately under the place where you were last standing when you were talking to Roxanne.
Interesting. Um, is it barred, or is there, could we go in there? Or is it locked, in which case I have a key that will fit, meaning my lock picks.
Um, as you get to the sewer grate, you note that it does have a door. Captain Mymorph, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you are enjoying the stream. So the door is locked, but you do note that the muck on the ground
Mhm.
has been disturbed recently.
Footprints going out or going in?
Going in.
Human-sized, anything we can identify from them?
Definitely human sized, and looks to be at least 2 people, possibly 3.
Okay, I'll point those out. People going in. Is the door locked or is it unlocked at this point?
It is locked.
Okay. I will pull out my lock picks and open locks. 18 prime.
18 prime. That is more than enough to get the lock open.
All
You
right.
don't think that anyone fleeing might have left traps behind them, do you, Lagamundo?
If they were going in,
Making
I don't
haste, maybe not.
making haste, if they had a distraction, I doubt they were moving quiet and care. I doubt they were moving very slowly. They were probably trying to make the most of the distraction. Let's be off after them. Watch us just find some sewer workers returning from lunch. Um,
Slaughter innocent sewer workers, yes.
Bias and missiles.
how about you, rat catcher?
The rat catchers, perfect. Right from the episode.
All right.
Thank you, Folk and Myth. We are doing our level best to keep the energy up, keep everyone entertained. I hope you're enjoying.
And I will is Roxanne coming with us? Or is
Yeah,
she
well, Roxanne
not?
is
Okay.
Oh,
definitely
she's
with
gonna
you.
tarnish that shiny
Okay.
armor in the sewer system.
All right. I will take the lead just so I can look out for any traps or hazards because I'm used to that. And probably because I'm probably a little more sure-footed. And that will give the folks in armor, well, Roxanne and Thraskin, a little more chance to find where I step and make sure they don't step into something
Yeah.
unfortunate.
So hold on a second.
Light conditions.
So what I'm gonna tell you is, while you could theoretically walk 2 by 2, the footing is, even though no one wants to be stepping directly into the muck. The footing is a hell of a lot surer when you're not standing half in, half out of it.
Right.
So I'm gonna want a single person, single marching order, single file marching order.
Okay, I will make a suggestion on the marching order, and you guys, if you have an issue with it, can let me and or Robert know. Is that okay?
But what are the lighting conditions before we decide that too?
Oh, the lighting conditions. It's going to be dark. You're right now. You're getting some. Well, actually, it's gotten kind of dark already because of the thick smoke is clouding out. There's kind of like a dim grayish light that is filtering in, but it's not making it in all that deep. After about 20 feet, you're going to be in damn near total darkness.
I have deep vision.
I have a tiny cantrip light, and so I will what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna I'm gonna get like a stick, and I'm gonna cast that light on the tip of that stick. And I'm gonna give it to Lagamundo, and I'm gonna say, if you need the light,
Oh, I
just
do.
just uncover it. But if you need to take the light out, just put it under your jacket and it'll hide the light. So that
Excellent.
way, and I give you that, and that lasts for just a second. Let me look this up.
While he's looking that up, the deep vision, that'll be able to see through the mist as well, right? Because it can see structure. It's not really counting for the mist at all.
Well, here's the real question. Thraskin, do you want to take the lead in front of everybody, or do you
Yeah,
want me
that's what would
to?
happen, right?
Because if not, the dark vision won't matter. Or do you want to just be in back and use your dark vision to keep your eyes behind us?
Uh,
Well, Thraskin's what, 4'5", maybe
4'2".
4'2".
Yeah, big strapping.
Put a tall person behind him.
Well,
What
if he's in front, the light's going to ruin his dark vision.
But give him a 30-foot distance, right?
Well, that's the question is, does the cleric want to take the lead in the darkness?
I can take the lead in the darkness. I just want to understand that basically what you have is, I mean, kind of like what I'm picturing is you've got like one side where there's like water and stuff running, and then we're walking along the other side.
Yeah,
Is that right?
There's a little walkway along the other side. So for people who need to do maintenance and such.
Okay.
Just-
Hold on. I have the ring of water walking.
Nice.
So what I will do is I will walk
Nice.
along that stuff quietly. I mean, I would assume it would be more more quiet, other than maybe some splashing rather than stomping. But I will take like the right side and the three of them, and I will be ahead, say 40 feet.
You also still have the ring of swimming, or did somebody else pick
No,
that up?
whoever would have taken the ring of swimming it's up for grabs.
We have all right, so I got Thraskin in front. Welcome Troll Lord Games. It is good to see all of you. I hope you had a fantastic session with Chuck. I know Chuck that was a long game. That looked was 4 hours and something. Well, I mean that's very, very impressive. We're going for 6 here, and we are just over halfway through. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes into a 6-hour session. It is the 1-year anniversary of the start of the Embers of Empire campaign with the original group, the Righteous Hands. We've got Leif, a half-elven
Primal Druid.
Primal Druid. We have Lagamundo, human rogue monk. We have Hans Grubenschlager, a human wizard. Sal Ogle, elven, what do you call it? Elven wizard. And Thraskin, I forget what Thraskin's surname is.
Stoneheel.
Thraskin Stoneheel, dwarven cleric of, and yes, so the party is in the city of Realmord in the Kingdom of Nyrond. There is all kinds of weird stuff happening. They are just taking to the sewers. A barge has shown up on fire, full of dung, casting a pall, driving everyone deep into the city to get away from the smell. And they realize that there is a sewer that also leads into the city that is suddenly left unguarded, which the party is heading into. We do have a giveaway from Troll Lord Games, ! Ticket to enter. It is a $10 digital product coupon, $10 towards any product, digital product on the Troll Lord site. I want to thank those of you who have followed. It is very, very much appreciated. I hope you're all enjoying this wonderful virtual Greyhawk Con and getting in all your gaming. Perfect timing. We do have support for the party. 10,000 channel points or 100 bits will grant them a regular hero point, which they can use before a roll. 500 bits will give them a special hero point that can be used after the roll to change the actual physical die roll. I will also add that we're making a slight change for this in that any gift subs that are granted will also be given to the party in form of special hero points. Of course, you can always also give regular and special hero points to your friendly neighborhood castle keeper. That would be me. And because, well, the castle keeper gets to have fun too.
No,
right,
no fun for the
so-
castle keeper. Just kidding.
Let's see.
We're in a sewer. This is where Rob says rocks fall, everyone dies.
All right, so we've got Thraskin in front.
I'll follow behind. And then I suggest Roxanne, followed by Leaf, followed by Sal. Is that, or you guys can switch it up? Or you guys can put the Sal and Hans in the middle.
Yeah, I'm happy to be in the middle. And just so we're clear, the light cantrip, it's as much as a torch, clear white light, for 10 minutes per level. So that's 40 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully we're not in the sewer more than 40 minutes. And if so, I've probably got a torch in my bag since we haven't checked into a pub or into an inn yet.
So I'd like to point out that Troll Lord Games has granted 6 gift subs. Thank you so much. That is really, really kind. Very much appreciated. Especially since there's 5 of you, and I get a special.
Oh no!
Doesn't Roxanne get a special?
Roxanne is special. She's got her sword.
Yeah.
She's got a sword.
That's right,
She's got
guys.
a brand new shiny shield. She's doing okay all on her own. Uh, so as you're heading along, um, there are several points where, actually, you know something. As you're heading along, you note that Thraskin, so far so good. You're not seeing anything. You haven't seen any sign of anybody. I do want to get a roll from Sal and Leaf. I want to go get a roll from at the first intersection that you come to.
What type of roll?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yes.
Yeah, if I do you two specifically, you can pretty much bet it's going to be a listen roll.
19 non-prime.
All right. There becomes a question of where which direction you should probably go. And Sal, you're able to discern the sound of some movement really straight ahead. It heading right into the heart of the city. Lagamundo, just behind you, you hear Roxanne says, "I've got a bad feeling about this."
With the Thraskin's underground sense, will that take us right into the court itself, right into the keep?
Yes.
Hmm.
More, and there is something else that is in that particular direction that is of concern. You know well enough that, well, yeah, I mean, you know well, you don't actually, you probably wouldn't know. You suspect that getting into the palace itself, it would be a tougher matter, but obviously that's a concern. But yeah, you hear Roxanne say, "I've got a bad feeling about this."
Moving through the sewer in pursuit of unknown foes? Yes, I join you in that feeling.
While I am ahead, one of the things I am looking for, I've got, being a dwarf, I've got stonecraft
Mhm.
for like sliding walls or any of this kind of business. I will be generally, keeping an eye out for, I guess, anything that might seem unusual or unique to anything down here on the stonework.
Okay. Um, as you continue further inward, Thraskin, up ahead, maybe 100 feet, 120 feet in the distance, you're seeing a single solitary figure standing there, um, very certainly facing you. Um, there is something at this person's side that has a long glow. The glow is almost a purplish in color. From at least from this distance, it looks like. Um, it looks more or less. I mean, in terms of size, uh, either human in size or possibly elven. Not quite clear. You can, because of the thing at their side, you can almost make out one of their legs.
Okay. I mean, it looks like that this, does it appear that it's like their light source? Is that what I'm seeing? This purple thing? Is that, or is it that it's like a
It's
light from a magical item?
you're actually you ponder that for a moment, then you realize that you've got Roxanne's weapon is out and it's giving a glow, but hers is much more of a light blue glow to it. The muted level of the glow suggests that yes, it is some type of magical implement that the person's carrying.
A
Okay.
lightsaber.
Yeah. And it's just a single person there.
Looks to be a single person.
All right. I will. So at 120 feet,
Yeah, I will. I'll kind of quickly go back and let these guys know.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Is he
tell him
moving?
no, he's just standing there. So what I'll do, if you guys want, I'll move ahead and see if I can get a little bit closer. I was pretty much at the extent of my vision, which is very good down here. I would assume that that person would not be able to see me. So why don't you guys hole up here and I'll move forward a bit to investigate. If you hear me shout, move forward with all haste.
Sounds good.
So I will stay to the water and move along to, well, make sure that the person is still there and then move maybe like half speed, trying to be more quiet up to 90 feet and then maybe 80 feet and just see if the person has any indication that they can see me or anything.
Well, the beauty of it is you're not disturbing the water at all.
That's right.
As you get closer, you get to probably within about 70 feet, 60 feet, and a voice, a strong but strong feminine voice calls out, "You are right to be cautious in approaching, dwarf."
Oh, okay.
Sounds like an insult's about to fly here.
Yeah.
And
Is it?
bring your friends too. Let us play.
Oh, she knows we're here.
Yep. I shout back, move forward. We got company.
Who's second and third in line? Was it Legamundo and Roxanne?
Yep.
I'll maintain my position. We're in the second cohort behind Thraskin, so I'm going to maintain my position in the middle of those folks.
Well, the
And-
rest of us are still at the intersection, right, Rob?
Yes. Well, no, you've moved up from the intersection a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to back up to the intersection a little bit because I don't want to be in a straight line in case anything comes flying down the tunnel right now.
Mm-hmm. I didn't have a good map for this, so we're going to do this theater of the mind.
Did this person state this in common?
Oh yeah, no, they stated in common.
Okay.
Uh,
And can I tell what this glowing object, the shape of it, better at this distance?
yes, it is a wicked looking blade,
Mhm.
glowing a rather malevolent. If purple could ever be malevolent, this would be a malevolent feeling shade of purple, that highlights the dark skin of the female drow elf who stands in
Oh.
front of you.
Oh, I'm going to whisper to Lagamundo. You wanna go invisible and stab this this she elf in the back?
Oh, I would love nothing more.
Okay. So I'm going to whisper, boom. Lagamundo is invisible.
I'm going to as quietly as possible steal up upon the drow and get behind her if I can.
All right. As you approach, Thraskin, you can see that the drow, you're pretty sure that she is counting.
She's counting?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then she starts chanting a bit.
Okay. I cast spell.
All right. What are you casting?
Silence.
All right, so you and I are going to roll initiative
Okay.
because we're going to see who gets to go first.
Right. Come on. Let's see. What is? Oh, that's just a switch systems D10, right? Okay.
Yep.
Almost rolled a D20.
I rolled a 4.
I rolled a 4 as well.
Roll again.
Oh, no pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I rolled a 2.
I rolled a 3.
Wow. That was
Yeah.
close.
Yes. Crazy. Okay.
All right. So this is the point then. And Lagamondo, you're going to get a chance to get your attack. You'll understand why you're going to get your attack as when go off as this is happening, or as part of this round. Everybody roll initiative, please.
I'm sorry. I don't remember how. I'm just playing too many editions right now.
You're good.
D10.
D10.
Single D10, no modifiers.
Thank you.
That's right. I had to remember yesterday too. It's been a while.
All right. Anybody on 10? 9. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna put myself up against the side of the tunnel
Okay.
and hold my breath.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right. 8.
That's me.
Go ahead.
Do I get to make my sneak attack or my back attack now?
Yeah, you get your back attack. Actually, it's kind of aided by the fact that she realized that the silence fell because her spell didn't go off, and there's a look. You get up close and personal. You see the rage on her face, and as she's rushing forward, you get the sneak attack on her because she's coming past you as you're moving.
Okay.
Hey, Rob, I want to throw out here that my silence that I cast was on her to maintain that she cannot cast spells.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. She gets a
Well,
saving throw.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a dexterity saving throw for her. If she makes it, the spell still goes off, but it's at a spot next to her. So
Okay.
Perfect.
So it would be more that the silence is then stationary, is just not mobile then with her.
so if she fails a save, it's mobile with her, and if not, it's where she was. Okay.
Correct. So her spell would still be thwarted at this point, but she could move out and continue casting.
All right.
All right, and I'm gonna use it. So just to be clear, I do not have my halberd with me because I wasn't carrying it through the streets. I doubt that would have stuck out a little bit. But so I'm gonna go ahead and use a charge from my dwarven knuckles to do an additional D6.
Okay.
So I easily hit, I hope. I rolled a nat 17, and adding 6, that puts me at 23 to her back.
Yeah. I think you hit.
So my damage is 4 plus 2 is 6 plus 1d6. Hold on. Well, the 1d6 is probably not doubled. So that's going to be 12 points because it's double damage, and another 4, so 16 points to her back.
Ooh. Yeah, she actually hold on a second. She skids a little bit from the force of the blow, but manages to maintain her footing. And
Oh, crud. I also wanted to make a stunning fist attack with that
all right.
because it was probably my best chance to hit of the day. So let's see, stunning fist. Stunning, 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 stun attack. Actually, let me read this. Yeah, so Constitution saving throw, and my level is modified that. So 3, and if she fails, then she's unable to act for 1d4 rounds.
I am going to use my special hero point in order to make that a save.
Okay. I'm not going to be a jerk and use a special hero point to say it's not a save.
I appreciate that. I mean, I have to have.
You
some
only
joy
had
there.
the one. I'll let you use it.
Oh man, it's easy come, easy go. She, as you're now visible, she turns on you with a look of rage on her face. What were you on, 7?
I was on 8.
8. Anyone on 7? 6. Well, she was initially interested in the dwarf, but since you had the audacity to sneak up on her, and since you
Gulp.
can't rightly yell at you at the moment, and she seems to have forgotten about that because she is yelling at you, but her face is just contorting. She swings the nasty blade at you.
Gulp.
Ooh. AC. Well, no, it's AC 20.
Well, yeah, that's a hit by 4. Please don't do 25 points of damage.
No, it is 6 points of damage, and what I do need you to do, however, is give me a second.
Just want to make sure, Lagamundo, you have your +2 ring of protection now, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I have base 10 and then 2 for being a monk at this level, 2 for my ring of protection, and 2 from my dex. That's all I got.
What I need you to do is I need you to roll a con save for me.
Oh no, that's not good. Since this is probably poison, I'm going to use both of my regular hero points to give myself a +2 bonus.
All right.
And then I also have a cloak of resistance, so I have +3 to this roll. No other special racial abilities. I'm no dwarf.
I think we had that conversation before game.
And I rolled a 12, so that should get me to +2, +1, so that should get me to plus my level of 3, should get me to
18.
18?
Mm.
18. But it is a prime because I'm a monk, haha. So I made it by 6
The fact that it's a
or
prime
less.
yeah. The fact that it was a prime is a good thing. You needed that to be a prime.
I was worried. I was like, shit.
I was like,
Right.
yeah,
And then
no,
I
it's
forgot.
not
Oh
going to be
yeah.
0 level.
I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Monks have to take con as a prime. So yay. Okay, so I made it.
Yeah, you feel the sting, and you know that blade is poisoned.
Okay.
With something.
So I'll shout out a warning, because I'm also in the silence. My warning is quiet, silenced is what I mean. So they don't get my warning that I yell out of poison.
All right, that was 6. 5, 4, 3. Go ahead, Sal.
So where is Lagamundo in relationship to this woman?
Lagamundo is like right behind her. Well, she's on Lagamundo is on the far side of her. She's now like kind of turned, so she doesn't have her back to either group.
And then the distance between like her and the first person in our group is how far?
About Thraskin is about 30 feet away.
Okay. So if I cast web on her and it just includes her and everything in front of her, then that wouldn't include Lagamundo in the web. If that makes sense, because it's a 20 by 20 by 10. So that would mean that at some level, if I cast it on her and everything in front.
Yeah, no, you can find anchor points that would work. The sewer is I mean like I said, it's got some room, but it's you can definitely find anchor points along the wall to catch her within.
Okay. So that's what Sal's gonna do, and then again for her, that means that she needs to make a dex saving throw or become stuck with inside the web, which then is a -2 penalty on attacks and damage rolls, and -4 penalty for effective dex, and can't move.
Not to metagame, but if she saves, I'm stuck on the other side of a web with her.
Oh no. Well, yeah, I guess that's well. Does the web still kind of work on the if it's
Yeah,
yeah?
So
There.
if the web
I'm only
works,
telling you because you're really intelligent.
if the web works, I'm going to roll percentile die to find out which side of that web she ends up on.
We're still trying to set the web on fire this time.
We could always do that. We could burn the web. Yeah, I'm saying I'm still gonna do it because I think that's our best bet on her, and I know that Lagamundo can handle himself.
Oh, my friend. I'm wearing the same armor you are.
Okay. All right. All right, Rob. We're not gonna. He's just gonna fire two magic missiles into her.
You fire 2 magic missiles. Lagamundo, you see the magic missiles coming at her. You're not seeing anything around her neck, but you do see that maybe 2 feet, maybe even close as a foot, the magic missiles hit something and dissipate.
She's got a shield spell up.
Okay. Noted. And that's Sal's in the back, and he's gonna just kind of hunker back even further, just a little bit to to the whatever, not necessarily drawing some opportunity attack, but scrunching down, trying to look small.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rob, just a question. Am I included in this initiative as well?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't roll, so I'll just go at 1
All right.
or whatever. I'll just
Go
go
ahead.
at the end.
Well, go ahead and roll. We're only at what, 6?
Well, no, we're down to
We're
like
at
4 or
3.
3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think you're the only one left there asking, so you might as well go.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
Leaf.
2.
All right,
Oh, you're 2?
Yeah.
Ask and roll.
Have Leaf go. That's fine.
Am I within 50 feet of the drow at least?
Yeah, you would be within 50 feet.
Perfect. Leif picks up a cockroach from the ground and crushes it in his hand and says a few words and casts Summon Swarm on the drow. So what that'll do is surround her with a 5 by 5 foot swarm of insects. And you can determine the type of insect, of course. The swarm will not extend beyond the range of the spell. A creature caught in the swarm who takes no action other than fighting off the swarm takes 1 point of damage per round. Any other action attempted, even if it is simply leaving the swarm, results in 1d4 plus hit point per caster level, so +3 of damage per round. And I can direct that swarm to move 30 feet per round. Weapons don't affect it, but fire and area of effect attacks can disperse it.
Actually, the type of swarm is a 1d20 roll.
Yeah, it could be rats, bats, centipedes, flying beetles.
Roll the 1d20. Let's see what it is.
So that's a 4 on the roll, so that's going to be rats.
Rats.
Rats. Rats.
Swimmer rats.
Yeah. How does Lagamundo feel about rats? Because suddenly there is a whole heaping mess of rats climbing up the drow from seemingly coming from everywhere in places that you didn't even realize there was some place a rat could come out from.
Hey, as long as they're all over her, I love rats. I had a pet rat when I was little.
And she opens her mouth as if to scream, remembers that 1, she's not going to make any sound, and 2, probably not a good idea to open her mouth while rats are crawling all over her. And she starts running, basically starts running forward. But her move's not going to happen. That's not actually going to happen until next round. Let's roll initiative.
By the way, that's a
Thraskin.
great.
Actually, Thraskin,
That's
I'm sorry. I didn't get
Yeah.
Thraskin.
Well, I'm glad I chose 1 because I was going to run up and I'd be in a rat. So as I
No, the rats are just on her square.
Just on her. Yeah, it's only going to attack our foes.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I would run up with my heavy mace and smash her. How far away was I? I was 30 feet. I don't think I can. So what I will do is I pull out light hammer and throw it as I move up.
Something. Does the shield spell stop a light? That's a good question. I don't know that I've.
No,
Honestly, I
shield
don't know if
spell
I've
just
ever-
provides a particular armor class against thrown weapons.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it eliminates magic missile. It's
Yeah, it automatically eliminates magic missiles.
It's funny.
Correct.
In all these years of playing D&D and Castles and Crusades, I don't think I've ever had anyone throw something at somebody with a shield spell on.
all right. One of my light hammers comes in hot, and I roll a 9. Yeah, that's 13.
I think shield provides a better armor class than that against thrown items.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah, I think it's like an 18 or something like that.
Let me
All right.
actually just shield is a level 1 wizard spell. Wizard 1 shield. Against hand hurled missiles, AC 17. No,
17.
AC 18.
All right.
So yeah, nope.
Clang.
The worst part of this whole thing, Thraskin, isn't the fact that the shield blocked it, is that your light hammer is now in the muck.
Oh,
So is she trying to fight off the rats, or is she trying to attack us at this point?
Oh no, she's going to try to attack you. She's not.
She's going to get hit hard then.
All right, everybody, roll initiative.
yeah. I'm
Crazy.
finishing movement to do an attack.
All right. 10, 9, 8, 7,
10.
10.
10. Sorry. So we're gonna go different direction. So Sal's gonna use his rod of thunder and lightning, and he's gonna cast lightning on her, and that is it's once per day. So this is the only time that he can do it, and if I remember, it's I don't know if it automatically hits. I don't. I think it's yeah, I don't think it's. I think it's save. Yeah, it's a dex save.
What are you casting?
Lightning. So it's a dex
Oh.
save.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna hit me, man.
You're away from her.
I'm right next to her.
Chain lightning, right?
Is this a lightning bolt?
Yeah, you're not.
I will most certainly be hit by it. I'll get a save, but so will she.
You're directly in line.
It's a 10-foot line.
Dance,
10
spider.
It's like a 5 or 10-foot wide line.
Listen, I
Well,
say
I'm gonna say-
he said he was gonna do it. Let's do it. That's it.
All I have to say as a concerned castle keeper says, do it.
Again, since we're playing like theater of mind, I can't actually see where you guys are.
Well, we're in a sewer tunnel.
I get it.
The bolt is 10 feet wide, 50 feet long, or 5 feet wide, 100 feet long.
Right.
Either way, spider dances.
Are we like within? Is the tunnel only 5 feet wide?
No, but because Lagamundo is
I just
like,
backstabbed her. I'm
looking
right
to
next to
attack
her.
He's
Okay. Well,
no,
I
come
don't.
on.
No, I
Do
want
it, do it.
Do it. I say we just we just gotta play. Not that I'm trying to root for anyone to die here.
You
Yeah,
can blame
no.
the fact that you couldn't see Lagamundo behind not only the
That's fair.
drow, but the pile of rats that is further obscured your vision.
That's fair.
All right. I mean, the thing is, we got silence going, so basically,
That's true. I can't yell.
sound's not working either. Um,
In lightning, no one can hear you scream.
that's right. All right, we'll do it anyways.
All right, roll
I
dexterity.
was
save.
expecting that to be the final
No.
answer. Is that your final answer?
All right, she failed her save. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Lagamundo, how'd you do?
I did make my save. Well, hold on. A 15 plus 1 from my cloak of resistance, so 16. 16, and it is Dex is a prime. Do we? So here's the question: if we're adding, Sal, what's your wizard level?
3.
3?
Should
Yeah.
be 4.
How are you lightning bolting me?
Hitting
my
the rod.
Oh, the rod. Okay. Well, what caster level is the rod?
Let's put it this way. You got 16 total.
And you
Yeah.
have special
I'll-
still.
I'll give it to you.
Okay. So how much damage do I take at half damage?
You take 2 points.
That's all it does, too?
Well, 2d6, and I rolled a 4.
Oh, okay. Ow.
I'm not entirely sure you did more damage to her or to a bunch of the rats that they're it's not quite Lagamundo. The smell in here is not quite as bad as it was out there, but the smell of burning
Cooked rat?
the smell of burning rats is not a pleasant thing. I'm trying to figure out exactly. I mean, the swarm, I guess, keeps coming. I don't know how that would work.
The swarm,
Is only affected by fire and area of effect.
yeah. And it has 2 hit points of damage per level of the caster. So Leaf, you're third or fourth?
Still third. Yeah.
Third. So it has 6 hit points, and if it takes 4, it still has 2 hit points that only fire or area of effect weapons do.
Okay.
So it's still there, still has the same effect,
Smells
but it has
awful.
2 hit points left. I have to deal with the druid who's in my party that negate my GM, so I know a lot about this spell.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So that was on 10. I think I got down to like 7 before. So 6. Anyone on?
I'm
6?
on 6.
I'm on 6 as well.
It's like
I'm on
everybody's on 6. This is great.
So whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, Lagamundo, you're up close and personal, so you can go first.
All right, I've got 2 more uses of my stunning fist, and I think this person is still a good candidate for it. So I'm gonna punch with Dwarven Knuckles and try to stun her. I'm also going to use a charge to do the extra d6. I'm not backstabbing at this point. 17. Does a 17 hit her?
17 is just enough to hit.
Perfect. Then it will do 8 points for the base damage plus roll 1d6 plus 2 more. So she takes 10 points, plus she needs to give me another con save. At my challenge level is 3.
She has failed her con save.
Welcome to Stunned. Drop your wicked blade in the sewer.
That she does.
Yes.
Get consumed by the rats.
And my hand is covered in smelly burnt rat fur. Singed rat fur.
All right. Who else was on 6?
I was.
That's you. Go next.
Okay, she's gotten thumped on pretty good, right?
yeah.
I want to, as I come up with my heavy mace,
2 rounds of stunning, by the way, Rob.
All right.
It's awesome. She
do we
hates
want
us.
do we want to kill her or do we want to capture her?
Kill.
It's a
Kill?
drow.
Well,
All
I
right.
mean,
Hey, did
my
Roxanne
mouth.
ever attack?
She could have information. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, Roxanne hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
Goodness.
We did it
sakes.
again. Forgot Roxanne. Or Percival, depends on who it is.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Uh-huh.
She'd probably say kill the drow as a knight,
Yeah,
right?
and you know what it is because we're doing theater of the mind, and I don't have you
The
know,
visuals, yeah.
a visual for it. Actually,
What-
actually, once she sees the, one of the first thing that she does when she realizes that the drow is just, you know, paying attention to, or not basically moving, just doing the stand the ground. She turns to, whoever was closest to her. Actually, Lagamundo, you had gone snuck up, so it might have been Leaf.
I moved back though.
Oh, actually, in that case, it would be Thraskin. She moved up to Thraskin to where you were, and this happens early. She goes,
Okay.
I really have a bad feeling about this. Do you got you all have this? I need to go check on something.
Yes.
And with that, she looks because one of the first things that happens, or you know, early on, she's about to go up and but now cast the web. Oh no, didn't cast the web. There is no web. That's right. She ends up running and moving down one of the other hallways, basically trying to go avoid the drow altogether. And as you see her go down that hallway, she ends up hanging a left and is on a parallel, looks like on a parallel junction to where you are now.
Okay.
I'm reminded of
That
the
takes care of
bands
that-
of brother. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That takes care of the Roxanne problem.
Okay. All right. So it is kill, right?
Hmm?
Kill. That's the consensus, or
Kill.
because
Yeah.
I think
I
as
can
a
do
priest, you're probably going to feel the same way, right? A Paler.
I'm
I
moving.
mean, I'm not Paler, but still.
Yes. I was just thinking for informational purposes, but I rolled 4 + 5 is a 9, so I missed my striking. So I just didn't know whether to do non-lethal damage or take her out.
All right. Was anyone else on 6? Yeah, I thought so. Go ahead, Hans.
Well, I was gonna do something crazy, but I think it
You
looks
mean like
like
fire a
Marty's
lightning bolt?
gonna. No, no. But I wanted just some clarity on gameplay. Does lighting a torch, is that a move action, or is that
Yeah,
a
it's going to take
standard
you a full
action?
action because you have to get the flint tinder out. You have to get the torch and work on getting it lit. It's
All
not
right.
a quick thing.
No, okay. Well, it seems like she's getting. I was gonna light a torch and pyrotechnics her and blind her, but it seems like she's already stunned, and you guys are gonna waste her. So, I will just move up cautiously, towards the drow, still behind the guys who are laying down the beating.
Okay.
Rob, I have a question. If she's stunned, do I get any kind of bonus to striking her?
Does he get a coup de grace?
Give me a second. You get a +2 to your attack.
Okay, so 11.
And do you want to roll the damage from the storm, or you want me to roll that for you?
Go ahead and roll the damage from the swarm.
So that's going to be a total of 4 points.
All right.
Rat bites.
Need to check on something. So stunned, when they're stunned, they basically can't really do anything, right?
They can't do anything and they drop what they're holding.
Okay, yeah. I'd remind myself exactly. It's weird that you only get a +2 modifier to attack, but
Yeah,
whatever.
that seemed odd, but
Yep.
they specifically called that out, so okay. I guess you can lean away while still stunned. You can't take action, but you can at least move your head out of the way of the incoming blows, I
And
guess.
it's not like sleep, so if they take an attack, they don't come out of it, right?
No, they don't come out of it. They're stunned
Okay.
for stun lasts as long as it lasts, and in this case, it's 2 rounds. So this round, since they haven't gone yet, and the next.
Okay. And she would have gone on 6. So, I think there's only like who's left? Leaf. Anyone else besides Leaf? Because I feel like everyone else is gone. Go ahead, Leaf.
Short bow and arrow. It's going to be a 13 total.
Wait, short bow with an arrow?
Yeah. With
it's
bonuses.
Clangs off the shield spell. All right. Roll initiative. All right. 10, 9, 8.
8. So Roxanne went up the other side tunnel from where I'm standing.
Yeah, she went right on one of the junctions and then made a left. So she's in a tunnel that is parallel to the one you're currently in.
Sorry, I was a 10. I was a 10 as
Oh,
well.
no, go ahead. Good. That'll give me time to think.
I'm gonna close in a little bit closer, but I'm gonna be about 10 feet away from the drow at this point.
Actually, that brings up a question. They're asking what is the silence, or whoever cast the silence, what is the radius on that?
I believe it is. I can check. Got it open here. I believe it's a 15-foot radius.
Classic. That's the classic amount. Let's just see if that's what it is.
Silence. Yes, a 15-foot radius around the target.
Okay, Hans, you know what? I mean, I don't need to. Your character knows well enough that, assuming that it's on her, you don't want to get closer than 15 feet.
I'll be on the edge. I'll be on the edge of her silence, so I'll be 16 feet away.
Okay.
I'll be around that time, kind of gauging about what is that, like 6 yards kind of away from her. And I'm up against the side of the tunnel. It's my declared action. In case anybody wants to shoot any lightning bolts, I'm up against the side of the tunnel.
Who would do that?
He knows his party members well.
That's it. Not ready to move.
All right, Leaf, what were you going to do for your move?
I feel like we've got this under control. So I'm not a fan of splitting, but I think I need to follow Roxanne.
That's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to follow Roxanne.
That means your swarm's only going to last 2 more rounds.
Yeah, 2 rounds total.
Because it's concentration plus 2 rounds.
Plus 2, correct.
Yes, Tux Lafitte, it is more Greyhawk. We are in the Kingdom of Nyrond.
I just feel like we need to
capital of Realm Ward in the sewers.
Keep an eye on her.
All right. How fast are you moving as you take off after her?
Let's see. I'm gonna go full rate of speed, which for me with light armor. Movement. It's 30 feet.
Okay. All right. Perfect. you're gonna see something. Remind me next round to let you know what it is you find. All right, that was on 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Sal got 2.
All right. So stunned is another +2, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna
Yep.
swing at her. Ooh, that's better. Damage is not good, but that is +7. That'd be a dirty 20
That's gonna hit.
for 2 on the damage. 5 points total.
As your weapon slams into her, her knee momentarily buckles, though she's able to stay on her feet. Her face is contorted in pain. What's really weird is the fact that despite her face contorted in pain, there's almost a maniacal smile there, that actually seems to be growing a bit as, after the contact and after she regains her footing.
So it's like even though she's dying, she's winning.
Yeah, actually, it really does give you that. That's the impression that you're getting.
All right.
Sal.
Sal looks at what's going on and he sees that she's probably nearing the end of her life. So he's just gonna continue to kind of hold and not do anything.
All right. Leif, give me more damage.
Reroll, that's 4 points of damage.
With that, she falls to her knees, but is not quite dead. Roll initiative one more time.
Wait. I
Oh,
haven't
that's
gone.
right.
I'm on 1.
Oh, right. There had to be one person.
I pick up her weapon before she can.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay.
That's, I think, all I can do.
Yeah. You're not a priest, so I'm not going to worry about that. And the weapon, you get really, really bad vibes from the weapon.
I'm sure. I'm making sure I grab it by the handle.
Yeah, it's ick. All right. If that's all you're doing, we're rolling initiative.
And unless I can step away. Well, I'm not going to step away. If she tries to grab it, she's going to have to grab it by the blade because I got the handle well in hand. Okay, now I'm rolling initiative.
This is the round that she's allowed to go, isn't it?
Yeah, this next round.
All right. 10.
I am on 10.
So is she.
Oh.
I'm on 9. Damn it.
Something because of how important what you're both, the potential importance. Thraskin, you and I are having a roll off because
All right.
it really is kind of important what happens first.
Okay. What am I rolling? What are we?
10-sided die.
10-sided?
Yep.
All right. I got an 8.
You go first.
Nice.
All right. I'm on now. So is she currently stunned?
No.
No, she's no longer stunned. Now, just understand her action is going to happen, but there's a slight change, in difficulty depending on what happened first. So go for it.
Okay. 12 plus 5 is 17.
That's going to hit.
That does? Okay. Then it is 6 plus 5, 11 points.
Oh, wait.
Or pardon me, 6 plus 3, 9 points.
Oh, you know something? Never. Actually, I didn't even need to roll because I forgot the other one important thing. She's still silenced.
Aha! She was
Damn it.
probably going to fireball us at point blank, knowing she was going to die.
No, what was going to happen? Well, first of all, Thraskin, your weapon comes across, basically smacks her right across the head. As she's sitting there kneeling in the muck. What would have happened if it wasn't for the silence spell? Everything would have gone dark.
Oh,
Yeah,
darkness.
typical drow.
Yeah. Okay.
So that bit of fun was subverted, but it is what it is. You did the right thing. Basically, you did the right thing in silencing her, because if she, and here's the other thing, the stun was probably the single most important thing that happened, because she did save on the from the what do you call it, silence spell. So the silence spell was not on her; it was at a spot. She would have moved. You guys would have gotten a chance to attack her as she was running deeper into the party, as opposed to away from you all.
Right.
Leaf. As you get to the, you follow down the tunnel, and Roxanne is nowhere in sight, but you see that there's another junction up ahead, which you realize the junction to the left, and it's kind of a long tunnel, honestly. It doesn't take much to realize that Roxanne was moving. She was not wasting any time getting to where she felt she needed to be. There is a tunnel to the left, which you realize takes the junction goes right to left, but on the left-hand side, going back to where, leading back to the other tunnel that you were all in, there is some light, a little bit of light that is coming from the ceiling. And there is something that seems to be hanging down, not quite visible from this distance, though. I'll let you decide whether you're approaching.
Twilight vision, right, for half elf with elven heritage.
Twilight vision. So normally that wouldn't work all that well. There's a little bit of ambient light from the. All right, I'll work with it. Yeah, there looks like there's a body hanging there.
When you say hanging, is it hanging from some type of binding or webbing?
It looks like it's basically hanging upside down. You see two arms, basically, and you can kind of tell that there's a ladder behind it. But there are two arms hanging upside down. It looks like it's possibly caught in something. But yeah, it's there.
Okay. I'm gonna get within about 10 feet, just close enough to see if I can identify the body.
You don't recognize the person. It's a male human in their 20s, dressed in the garb of the city guard. Garb of the city guard.
Still breathing or dead?
Dead. What's interesting is the guard is dead, and it's very obvious how they died. The guard's throat is slit. Their face has a rather peaceful look to it for one who died so violently.
Okay. I'm going to use my listening ability just to make sure there's nothing hidden up ahead.
Go ahead.
So prime, that is a 13 on the roll. So it's going to be an 18.
By the way, the silence spell also ruined a dramatic moment for the.
That's going to be an 18 total with bonuses.
You hear sounds of rushing about up the from above, but nothing in the tunnels itself. other than down the same hallway where the rest of your party is.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to wait at this intersection and hold off on cutting down this guard just yet until everybody else gets around the corner here. If they realize that I'm missing from the back of the line there. If they don't, then I'll call out to see if they can come my way.
Okay. The rest of the party joining Leaf.
I was muted there.
I'm sorry, go ahead. But I'm gonna quickly Greyhawk the elf. I'm gonna make sure she doesn't have any intelligence on her, like notes or magic items. I am still a thief at heart.
Yeah. And I will drop the silence spell so we can communicate.
Okay. The one really interesting thing that you find on the drow is a circular medallion that it's looks like it's made of some kind of not clear what kind of stone it was carved out of, but it looks like it's stone with a reddish stone with a black triangle that goes to the edge on any either of the edges, and it is a what is it called? Was it isosceles triangle? It's been a while since I've done geometry, where all the angles are the exact same.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an equilateral triangle.
Equilateral,
triangle,
thank you. This is what I get for trying to do geometry off the top of my head when I haven't touched it in 35, 40 years. Yeah. Equilateral triangle.
Reddish stone medallion with a black triangle. Is it inverted like this, or is it up like this? Is it a pyramid or an inverted pyramid?
Inverted pyramid.
Okay. Inverted black triangle. Okay. But aside from that and her weapon, she has nothing of value on her?
No.
Okay.
She doesn't appear to have been carrying anything interesting. I mean, their abilities are more innate than anything else.
Yep. Okay. Then I'll follow them using my little stick with light that Hans provided me. But assuming that they were following Leaf immediately. So I'll be around or two behind.
Yeah, you find Leaf standing at the bottom of a ladder leading upward, and there is the body of a city guard hanging upside down, throat slit. Basically
Too peaceful.
Yeah, and as he says that, you note that the guard has a very peaceful look on his face. You can also hear there are all kinds of warning things, people shouting, going about back and forth, orders being given. Something is happening at the top of the ladder.
As they're coming, I'm going to, as I see them coming, I'm going to start inspecting the guard now to see if there's anything that differentiate him, to make sure he actually was a guard and not just somebody in disguise trying to sneak into the palace.
Yeah. All right. Give me a wisdom check.
It's a 17 on the roll, so it's going to be a 22.
Yeah. There's nothing about there's nothing about the guard that suggests that he's anything more than a guard.
No infiltrator.
Yeah. Everything. All of he's wearing all the proper gear. Everything looks to be on properly. His uniform fits, so.
All right, in that case, I do cut him down this time.
All right. Yeah, you note that his leg just happened to be there's the grate that's gone up. You just happen to note it just happenstance that his foot appears to have caught in the open grate, and that was what was keeping, nothing more than that. He could have very easily have just been in a pile of at the bottom of the ladder.
Have I shown up by now?
Yes.
I'll show everybody the medallion. Do any of the clerics recognize it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Is this an unholy symbol of some sort?
I will see if I recognize it.
Give me a yeah. Go ahead.
It's a 10 on the die. Is this a wisdom or an intelligence?
This one's going to be an intelligence check.
Okay. Then I don't think so.
Can I make an intelligence check to see if I know it, or is it specific to a particular?
It's gonna be a rather specific thing. It's not something.
Okay,
that,
making sure.
Yep.
Or does do Hans or Sal recognize it as, or is it? I don't know if it's a religious symbol or
Okay.
if it's an arcane symbol.
Actually, the two of them. I'll let Sal and Hans make the check. They're not going to know. There's going to be a limit, even if they roll perfectly, to what they know. But there's something that they can glean from this, depending on the check.
I will say though, when I look at it, I say I don't recognize it as a any kind of a religious symbol, but based upon information that we have, and this would be a completely a leap of logic, but this triangle, any way you turn it, it's a V with a line connecting the two tops, so it's like 3 V's.
I roll a critical fumble on this. So, Rob, if you want me to divine a meaning that's completely incorrect and be absolutely confident that that's what this thing means.
An isosceles decision is what you're saying.
Oh my
That's right.
goodness. I'm trying to that's awesome. I love it. I'm trying to figure out what it is you could possibly. I mean, if you want to come up with something, just some theory out of the blue that you're very confident in.
Oh yeah, it's a secret society, guys. It's a secret society. They've been around for a long time. They're highly exclusive. It's hard to get in. Even if you get in, you'll never get out.
He's one of those, huh?
And nobody really knows how they actually
Electrum-helped.
operate. Nobody knows how they actually operate. Anyone who's ever given away their secrets has met some weird, untimely end.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Sal, how'd you do?
Intelligence.
Yeah.
18, 19, 20 prime.
So without knowing the specifics, because this is a there's this very specific piece of information to the area, and you're not quite on that level of familiarity with it. You do know, you do remember in some of the discussions you've had and some of the teachers you've dealt with that this kind of symbol is variations of it are seen in witches' covens.
Okay.
Which of the Nat Marsh.
Yeah. Is it something
Maybe.
similar to what we've encountered in the past? Meaning from prior experiences of this current group, is there anything that rings a bell, or I wouldn't know that?
Well, funny you should mention that.
We fought a witch before, right?
The very first adventure of this group had, you managed to successfully capture a witch, and I want to make sure that I get her name. I have it. I want to make sure I get her name right. Nope, that's the PCs. I want NPCs. A witch by the name of Madrina, who, thanks to your being captured, was brought to the capital. And, assuming she's still alive, would be finding her accommodations here. What you're beginning to suspect is underneath the jail, in one of the jail cells beneath the city courts.
And Rob, Thraskin was there, and when he brings this up, was it not that those two captives that we interrogated and talked to, the carving on their forehead or their chest or whatever, I think it maybe was described as that symbol.
You know something? I don't remember specifically what the symbol was, but we're going to go with it.
But he
Good
likes the
call.
idea.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, the wizard Hans identified it as a ritualistic curse mark.
You know what the funny thing is? Hans made something completely
nice.
up, and it
Good
actually
notes.
it actually is kind of true in a sort of adjacent way. It's definitely a secret society. Witches' covens don't go and announce themselves. Very exclusive membership. But yes, we've got we have witches.
Hmm. Well, Leif
Uh-oh.
points out the poor guard that apparently had been assassinated to Thraskin to ask if he wanted to say any words over him.
Yes, I will. I will make sure his eyes are closed. Say a little prayer for his spirit, safe passage and travel to.
The wound that he took, was he poisoned or was he just like noosed?
It looks like he was possibly charmed, or
And somebody slit his throat.
Yeah, I'm just
maybe
I'm
maybe
looking at the wound. Is there any viscous grossness around it?
Nope. It looks like a blade was just drawn straight across his throat,
Okay.
and there is zero sign that he gave any resistance.
Yeah, his sword still in its scabbard, or probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either
Yep.
charmed or slept or something. I hope I die sleeping. That would be awesome.
Not like the other people in your car.
Exactly.
Nice. I can't remember. Do we have some type of badge to identify us as members of the Sundered Shield? So if we go up with this body, they're not going to assume that we killed him, right?
Lagamundo still had. Actually, that's a good question.
Somebody had something, I thought.
I have contracts that I carry, but I don't know that
They could
we
be
have
forged.
any, I don't know that we have any identifying devices per se.
So do we want to leave the body here for now?
Yeah. We can come back for him.
Rats will probably get to him by then.
Rats might get to him, but we're still chasing things, aren't we?
They're probably still eating the drow. Anyway.
Isn't
That's right. Yeah.
isn't Roxanne still on the move somewhere?
She's way ahead of us.
Well, let's
Yeah.
keep moving.
Well, you suspect that Roxanne might have gone up the ladder.
Mm.
Oh, there's a ladder here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we should go up the ladder then, because clearly this is where they came.
I just didn't want to play whack-a-mole and bring up a dead body and then,
Right.
I mean, if we look for boot prints or footprints down here, we're going to find them because sewer workers will have walked around here.
So who wants to take lead up the ladder? Most recognizable face in Realm Word, I think that's Lagamundo.
True that.
Yes, except I'm going to make myself look like a female drow. Oh God, I'll
What?
get murdered as soon as I walk up the. That's a tough call. Okay,
You can look like the dead guard. I mean,
Yeah, depending on who's up top, I could get murdered depending on how I appear. So I might as well die looking like myself.
you know what Roxanne looks like.
Oh, I'm gonna bind my wounds. Sorry, we're gonna get further behind. In fact, even after using a bandage, I'm still down 6 points.
You didn't pick up any potions in the beginning?
I've got potions, but we get a cleric. I mean,
Yeah, I
can
will
use my potion if you want me to, but
I will cast a cure.
okay.
Let's see, that's is it D8 plus anything or just a D8?
Nope, just a
right?
D8 if it's cure light wounds.
Whoops. 5.
Perfect. Takes me to 24. I'm still down 1, but I can live with that. Watch me die by 1. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. After I bandage my wounds and get healed, I don't want anything to fester. I will climb up the thing with the stick with the light on it in my mouth. Like with the light out here.
All right. You climb up, and almost as soon as you pop your head up, you hear two sets of footsteps running towards you. You go, "Stop, intruders, stop!" And
Who is it?
one-
What do
one
I
stop-
see?
Once you turn around, one stops the other one and says, "Lagamundo." And Lucius is one of the 2 guards that it would have been a very funny thing if you had gone up as
Oh
the
my
female
God, I was
drow
so
and-
close. Then
and
I
your-
was like,
and your
wait a
friend had-
minute. I was like, more people hate Drow than they hate street rats from Realm Ward. Lucius!
What are you doing here? What happened to him?
We followed some invaders. There was a dark elf down there, and in fact there's a slain sentinel down there. We thought that there were more. We were chasing them from the burning barge in the Duntide as a distraction of some sort. We saw at least 3 footprints, and we've only encountered 1. Did you see Roxanne?
Roxanne, what?
A knight of the Duntide, or
The
I'm sorry, a
Eventide.
knight of the Evenmarsh.
Eventide.
Eventide. Sorry, God,
you're
too
gonna
many
get there.
damn tides. I'm tongue-tied. There's another tide.
all the tides, all the marshes.
My allies are below. May I fetch them up? Where is this place?
He looks really confused as to how you knew, but he's like, "Follow me." And
Come on up.
Quick. He turns to his fellow guard. "Take care of the sentinel. Don't let the rats get to him. We leave no one behind."
So I get my party up first. So
Mhm.
I shout to you guys, get up here quick. And I can anyone cast detect magic?
Yes, Sal can.
Is this Drow's weapon magical? Sal, do you mind checking that?
We'll check the weapon.
The one from the female fighter, the wizard, or whatever she was.
And I point out,
Oh, by the way, after she died, I should mention, after she died, the weapon stopped glowing.
and I point out to the group, just FYI, I do have the spell identified.
Well, let's not identify it. Let's just see if it's magic. If not, I'm going to stop carrying the damn thing. Is it magical? It stopped glowing, but I don't know if that means it's magical or glows on command.
There's a faint or residual magic on it.
Okay, it's probably one of those Drowic weapons that has just Drowic magic.
Yeah,
I'll drop the sword and say that was the Drow bitch's weapon. It was poisoned. Be careful handling it, and I just will leave it there, and I will follow Lucius and say, "Come, friends, come."
Yeah, she probably casts a spell on the weapon of some
Oh, that's a
type.
good idea. Yeah, that's possible too. I assumed it might be one of those Drow weapons that has fading magic on its own. But yeah, it's probably something magic that she gave it.
Lucius, after you're all up and the drow weapon is put aside, and he gives orders to his fellow guard, he takes off with the rest of you at a double time. There is a lot of activity going back and forth, and then calls start coming out, and you notice that there was activity that is like coming towards you. Now everyone seems to be scattering away from wherever it is he's taking you and going elsewhere. It's not quite clear. Lucius is too intent on getting you to where you need to be to what do you call it, to stop and ask what's going on. You find yourself staring at basically Roxanne is standing just inside a cell. The cell door is ajar. There are two guards dead, one on either side of the door. Same peaceful look on their face. Same slash throat. Same lack of any sign of their weapons being drawn. And Roxanne is just muttering, "This is not good. This is not good. This is not good."
Whose cell was this? Madrina?
She turns to you. How do you know that name?
We were the ones who captured her. We found this on the drow below, and we remembered this symbol.
This is not good. We thought they were dead, but apparently not. Her sisters came for her. It had to be. It had to be her sisters.
Very possibly. The one we encountered was a dark elf.
At which point the she turns around and she looks at the group of you. She looks at Lucius and she's looking past Lucius. Where is everybody?
Where is everybody?
Define everybody.
Where are all the other guards? And Lucius says, "I don't know. There was a call for something. I needed to get them here to you. But I don't know." Roxanne says,
what do you fear, Roxanne? An assassination attempt?
I'm beginning to think your concerns regarding Lady Astra were well founded.
What are the names of Madrina's sisters?
Madrina's sisters' names are Maureen and Muriel.
3 sisters, all starting with their names M.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Let us find them.
I remember very much that the witches were excellent at controlling people and putting them into a charmed or friendly state. That was a big problem that we were dealing with.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Where's the king?
Being held.
Lucius, I would assume he's at the palace. He and preparations were being made for tomorrow's ceremonies.
I think we should go see if the king is safe.
Well, just okay.
I mean, I'm listening to whatever you guys say, but
I assume the king has bodyguards, obviously alert them to danger, but at the same time, I think what we want to do is probably seal the palace and the dungeon, and especially the way out from here. And if, if there's only one person guarding a door, they're just as good as dead. Make sure there's groups of 2 or 3, and if we don't have enough, we might be screwed.
Well, and if Madrina was being kept somewhere and her sisters were coming for her, I mean, I think I would suggest we go there.
Well, Madrina was being kept in this cell, and she's gone. That's the problem.
One thing
Gotcha.
that you note, there is a smell, somewhat sulfurous smell. It doesn't take much to figure out that some kind of even beyond the spell used to what do you call it, kill, charm or whatever they did to the guards. It doesn't take much to figure out that some kind of spell was cast in the cell itself.
Can our wizards
for me
determine?
determine what kind of spell it was based on the after smell and if there's any remnants of components around?
Give me an intelligence check.
All right. Let me just see here.
Can we both?
13.
13.
And Sal do one as well?
Sure. Absolutely.
While they're doing that, since Leif grew up near a swamp and marshland, he wets a piece of cloth and uses it to cover his face,
Yeah,
just to cover the odors.
not much better. He's an 11 prime.
11 prime?
Yep.
Hans, as you're looking around, you realize that the spell that was cast looks like it was some kind of ritual spell. As you get a closer look, you see the traces of a circle cast in the middle of the room. As a matter of fact, you're able to discern among the disturbance in the room there. Looks like the 3 of them were standing within the circle. They used some kind of spell to get them out of this room. They didn't walk out of this room. They took some other
Teleported
means
or something. Yeah. Okay.
All right. I will convey that to my compatriots.
Witches
your moment.
sisters.
What do you want to do?
Re-
I'm not.
Were you clearing your throat to talk?
Me,
I was
no.
waiting for a speech.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was clearing my I was actually clearing my throat, and then I just kind of kept doing it for no reason. I don't know why.
Good wine.
So the witchy sisters are on the loose, huh?
Witchy women. Yes.
Hey Rob, is there is there anything just thinking if there's a way that we can find them? I don't have locate object. I don't think I do. Is there something that I don't know, does Hans have locate object?
No,
Hmm.
it's just such a one-use spell that it's better to.
Yeah.
I've always used it as a scroll. I never memorized it.
Dale, I don't know enough about no direction. Would that work in this case?
It's doubtful based on where you are. It's doubtful. One thing I would note, and you probably be familiar enough. A city dungeon is probably fortified. There's probably certain protections put in place, so locating objects isn't easy.
Okay.
They don't want you to be able to say, "Oh, there they are." It's like,
So it's more than likely this was more of a jailbreak than any type of an assassination attempt then.
Oh, it's definitely a jailbreak. I can't speak to the rest of it. Well, I could, but I'm not going to, because that wouldn't be fun.
Hmm.
So I guess the question is, where would they go? Do you know what I mean? After she's left this jail, like what would be the most likely location of where she would go?
The Gnat Marsh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is there any way, I would ask the two wizards, is there any way from this circle that you see? I mean, a lot of times, if let's say this were a teleportation spell or whatever, there might be indications in the writing as to where this goes to. I don't know.
We actually didn't see, it's the actual, the stone, we didn't detect magic on that. I don't know if that would, if there'd be value in trying to see if the stone with the marking on it actually is magical.
And you'd say you have locate object.
I have it in my spell book, but it's not prepared.
Gotcha. I was going to say, if that drow was carrying this thing, it's highly possible to do a locate object on a similar object
Right.
in the future.
I add there might be potential. We might not have to go far to find her. She might be seeking vengeance against us.
That's true. Well, and or
Not
maybe
to give
even
Rob
I
any
hadn't considered
ideas.
that possibility, but thank you for that.
So, so all we
I
gotta
was
do
waiting
is,
for that.
like, stand outside and say, "Hey, we're here." We're
Yeah.
here.
There you go, Rob.
I mean,
This
she'd
this
have
is
to know
where
the
I would
truth.
use the ring of chameleon to look like somebody else and go, "Hey, they're right over here."
I'm going to make this suggestion that we get to where the king is.
Just in case.
I do not think anything would throw this whole place into chaos more than have the heir and the king killed.
Yeah, and I think it's a good plan to kill the heir first, so that way there's more chaos when the king dies,
That's right.
right? So, I mean, and who knows, they could have teleported right to the king,
Sure.
bypassed his bodyguards and bypassed everything. So I say to the king, and
As protectors of
afterwards, to
Nyrond,
the
yes.
swamp.
Yep.
All right. Well, in that case,
I need to use the restroom here, Rob.
You know something?
If I may.
We're coming up on this is we've just finished hour 5. We are coming up on hour 6. So yeah, let's take a 5-minute break here.
Oh, I've seen
And
bandits do this before, all at the same time.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
It's
Yeah,
really
that's right.
sus.
Yeah.
we will be right back.
So at 3:58. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
It's funny. I have so many PDFs open in Acrobat right now. I'm surprised my computer hasn't screamed at me.
Yeah, I had to close them right after I opened them. I was just checking out some ones I picked up in a Humble Bundle. It was a World of Darkness Humble Bundle. It was like $18 for like a whole
Something, I need to
crap load
pick
of-
that up because I've never played any of the World of Darkness games. Somehow it's like one of the few big name games that's been around for a long time that I have not played.
I played the original when it came out. I actually ran several chronicles, or which is what they call a campaign, and this was a newer version that looked like it tread over some of the same spots, and I was just buying it just to read it, and if there was a game, I might jump in it at some point. But boy, I'll tell you, it was a pain to redeem because you know how normally they take you to your locker and you can just download en masse all these PDFs. This, they gave you just a code like a game, and then you had to go to the Renegade website, which is the new publisher, and buy this combo that they gave you a link to, and then use this code to redeem it so that you don't have to pay anything. And then you had to go to, depending upon, again, which level you bought it at, you had to open up different things and download each file individually. And since it was watermarking each file, it gave it a nonsense name. And you basically, I was copying and pasting the name that they gave it to the name that the file was created as. It probably took me half an hour to redeem it. But there is a file that or a page that it gives you that says exactly how to do it. So it's not the end of the world, but they sure didn't make it easy.
Yeah, I need to get not dilly dally, and I need to get that final thing set up.
I can't believe it's almost 5 o'clock already.
Yeah, like I said, we are heading into the last hour. I didn't know if we were going to get to do this particular part, and I failed slightly in doing the one thing that I wanted to do for it. So I am just taking care of that now.
It's a good thing we did 6 hours. I mean, it's ambitious to explore a city.
Well, and the nice part was it allowed me to not have to rush you guys through the process of getting information, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot even way past. Whoop, that's not what I want to do. Even beyond the piece that you are all involved in.
I don't know if we could have done it without splitting up the way we did.
Yeah, it that actually worked really well for me.
So
I mean,
splitting the party, good idea, right?
Well, let me put you this way. If you hadn't split the party, I would have had to have changed the kind of information that some of them gave you. I didn't want, to be a one-stop shopping for information, because that's boring.
Let's see, I'm looking through the faces here. Everybody going to GaryCon this year? 25?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, I don't know if I told you. I had initially missed out on getting a room on site.
Oh yeah.
Right. I was actually I was about to stay with Dirty Dwarf, who's has a bunch of friends
House.
who get an Airbnb. Yeah, house. But we were waiting on I was waiting on information regarding that, and I just on a whim checked the hoteling stuff on the site, and rooms at the vacation club opened up,
Oh nice.
so I was able to snag one of those.
Yeah, I stayed at the Harbor Shore. That was great last time. It's right off the lake. And you
Yeah,
get the AARP rate, which is less than the GaryCon rate.
Oh wow,
that's funny
it's
as
good
hell.
being old.
Yeah, as soon as you hit 49, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, me and the 20 Sides crew are getting an Airbnb, which is it describes it as just right like at the bottom of the hill or something like that. So it literally is just you walk across the street and go up into the resort.
Oh, that's
So,
right. You said that in the chat, didn't you?
yeah.
Wait, where is your Airbnb?
I am unsure exactly where it is, but it is apparently like right across the street where it's literally walking distance. It describes it as you walk across the street and you're like at the bottom of the hill of the resort where Gary Con is. So,
Huh. I mean, granted, that's a hell of a walk once you cross the street, I think.
yeah. But
The resort is not
if,
exactly a small place.
if you're staggering, may
Uh,
not seem too long.
I mean, last year I was
And
able to
it's
restore,
downhill one way. It may be uphill in the morning, but it's downhill on your way
last year I
home
was
at
able to
night.
snag the room at the resort, and I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I actually, as nice as it was not having to leave the building, I actually preferred the year before where I was at the lodge, at the was it Tinderwolf Lodge or whatever they call it. Because in the lodge, I was basically right around the corner from the entrance, maybe not even halfway down the hallway, maybe 5 doors in past the little shop right there. And yeah, you take the trolley right to the front door of the thing and have to do nothing. As opposed to being on the right around the corner from I felt bad because I was complaining about being, like right around the corner from the hall, the vendor hall, which is like almost a completely different building. And then I realized that I was still closer than most of the people that I was talking to. Because I was like the last room in the one building. I think it was like 203. And everybody else was in the 100s, which meant they were even closer to the vendor hall. All right, we are back, and with that, let's see. Screens, too many screens. Well, not enough screens, really. Yeah. So let's do this. We're going to have basically you're going to end up running out the front doors of this place. And these are generic maps that I found, so let's not take anything necessarily 100% to as far as considering 100% the what you're going to be seeing. Let's get those on the screen. Everybody on the map. So, as actually, really, honestly, it's 7 of you because Lucius is running with you. There comes a point where Lucius says, says Roxanne, you know the way out, and she's wave, go, do whatever you need to do. You run out the front door of what do you call it? The city courts to mass confusion. There are people running in terror. There is screaming all over the place, and it doesn't take very long to figure out why. And we'll get to the map as soon as I can get you all placed properly. Let's go to the map. Hey, that worked out perfectly. Haha. Maybe move the map just up, just a bit. Of course, it doesn't move you with it. That would be too easy. Not going to have the mages in front because that'd be silly.
Oh, I couldn't figure out how it had stopped playing on yours. It didn't occur to me I had another stream running and they raided into you. I was like, wait a minute.
Did was it Troll Lord Games or did I miss a raid somewhere?
It was probably Troll Lord Games.
Okay, I'd feel really bad if I missed a raid from somebody. All right, so in addition to that, people are running in terror. There are dead bodies in the streets. There are a number of dead guards in the streets, and the Thraskin, there you have, even without checking for it, you have a sense of evil, a dark evil. And as you look
Dark
about,
evil.
there are 4 terrifying creatures in the streets. One there, and hold on a second. Need to.
Are they tax collectors?
They are
Right.
not.
Phew, that was close. Thought we were going to have to face 4 tax collectors at once. There would be no escape.
That's right.
Darkness everywhere and escape. That's exactly what would happen.
So let me give you because you're not going to be able to see the token real well. Let me give you a description. These things stand nearly 8 feet in height. They're walking upon 4 spindly insect-like legs attached to a squat thorax, not unlike that of a bloated tick. Colored dull gray, which fades to white at its long neck. Along the neck are small vestigial arms that barely grow beyond 6 inches. And at the base of the neck grow 2 human-like arms ending in elongated hands that flex constantly as if grasping at unseen treasures. However, the real horror of these beasts are the horrific bone-shaped, bone-white head, complete with a mouth seemingly too large and full of long, sharp, blackened teeth.
Ooh.
Multiple unblinking eyes dot the forehead above the mouth, with 2 larger than the rest. The eyes, actually, that's the rest of it would be cheating if I told you. Brass, can you do me a favor? Give me a check.
A check.
Wisdom check.
Oh, that is a nat 20.
Thank God.
So 20 plus 2 plus then level, so it'd be a 26.
Oh yeah,
Fine.
you are absolutely 100% convinced that these are demons.
Yes.
I don't know why you're excited.
Only one person gets
Well,
excited.
I'll
Yes.
tell you why, because I told Rob that I wanted this session to involve fighting demons. I made that request, and here we are.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh,
Was that
wow.
before or
And I'm
after
going to play
Sonius
along and
couldn't
pretend
make
that
it?
I remembered that request. And
Mighty
that's
neighborly
exactly
of you.
why I
No.
did this.
Demons, do I by chance know what kind? With a
Ooh.
26.
Natural 20? Oh, come on.
With a 26 prime.
It's badass.
All right, so, yeah, 26 prime. Yeah, you're going to know that these are Ilt Gallo. They are minor demons. They are chaotic evil. And you know that they things that you know. One, you know that they fight in packs, and packs of 4, which means that the 4 that you're fighting, looking at right now, are probably a single pack.
Okay.
What do you know if they're fire or cold resistant?
Actually, they're not fire or cold resistant, as far as you know. Thraskin, you know that they are vulnerable to iron.
Okay.
Not that I think that's necessarily going to help you right now.
Correct.
You also know that these things have the ability to almost not quite. They can create a foul, dark substance that resembles smoke or ash. That can start if it goes on for long, it's going to cloud the area around the creature, acting as if it's a darkness spell. However, it's more insubstantial, like mist or humidity. And anyone you don't want to be within that mist or humidity, that would be bad. It also has a venomous bite.
Oh, why not? I'm sorry.
The good news is, the one thing that you do know is you're kind of glad that you're not fighting them on their home plane, because when you fight them there, they regenerate.
All right. I would, in short order, I would state what these creatures' name is.
What are they called? I'm just taking notes for the
Iltgallo.
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 Okay.
Pack
of it. Oh, Gallo.
Yeah, they are demons from whatever plane called Iltgallo. They beware any of the smoke or mist that they release.
All right.
And they have venomous bites.
All right. Before any of this happens, I'm gonna whip out a floating disc.
All right.
I'm gonna tell Sal, hop on.
Sal jumps on.
I was gonna say, all right, this
Dude, I literally thought you were describing Nyogi. I'm like, Nyogi? What the hell are Nyogi doing here?
Oh man.
Either way, I don't think we have a chance against these things. Okay.
Well, I mean, the good news is, I mean, you do have a paladin with a holy sword, so that's going to help.
That'll help.
And she's,
Well,
and
not
she's
hurt.
on the map. I'd like to point out that she's on the map.
Okay.
All right, so let's roll her some initiative.
This is why Rob didn't want me to have my halberd.
I did. I said no such thing about you not taking. You made that choice. I did nothing
Okay.
to say
All
otherwise.
right. Let's see.
All right. 10.
10, but I'm going to delay action.
All right. 9. 8.
I'm on 8. Well,
All right.
let's see.
Sal, are you also on 8?
I am. Yep.
I will let Sal go first because that might inform what I do.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Sal's just gonna cast shield on himself.
All right.
That doesn't help me.
Sorry, self-preservation here.
Yeah. All
It's like,
right.
I'm going to wait to see what Sal does. It's all you, buddy.
I will, I guess, sacrifice myself to try to save the people of Nyrond. I will move up to the closest one and punch it with my +2 dwarven knuckles. I'm going to spend a charge because I might not be around to spend the rest of the charges otherwise.
All right. Actually, one other thing it would help if I was actually tracking the hit points of these things, huh? And not in my head, because that'd be bad. All right.
Just give him 4.
All right. So I was hoping for a nat 20, but I did get a nat 19. So I guess that is probably a hit.
That's a hit.
So let me roll my damage here, and then let me add plus 1d6 to that. Let me roll the d6 first. So it'll do 5 bonus points, and let's see how much. So 6 real points, so 11 points total. And that's 3 of my 5 charges for the day. And
11
I think
points
I'm
total.
done. Yep.
Yeah, you get the feeling this creature, the demon, was not expecting to get smacked. That's for sure. All right. On 7. Anyone else on 7 first? Go. Well, on 7, Roxanne jumps into action, and she charges at that one. Hot damn. That's I don't know if you can see it.
Is that a natural 20?
That's a natural 20.
Oh,
Wow.
is that going to be a smite evil? Are you going to smite evil? That natural 20.
She's got a holy sword facing evil.
Oh, oh.
Ooh. Oh, wait, hold on a second. You hear a hellish, well, actually, probably demonic is probably
Abyssal.
abyssal screech that basically reverberates in your eardrums. It is Hans and not Hans, Leaf and Sal. You momentarily have to just take a moment to just shrug it off. It's so loud and just penetrating. As the sword is glowing brightly as it slices through this thing. Doesn't quite kill it, but she took a mighty blow out of it.
I will tell the demons to get in line and wait for the paladin to give it their attentions.
I mean, it's not the worst idea in the world.
Oh, if they were devils, they might listen to me. That sounds orderly. Yes.
All right. That was on 7. 6. 5. Go ahead, Hans.
All right. So I am going to, now that I've got my buddy on my disc with me, I am going to levitate. I'm going to levitate. So the 2 wizards are going to go up, and my little disc is going to follow me, and we're going to levitate probably about 20 feet in the air. So now, and I just tell Sal, rain down the thunder.
I love it. Oh man, if there was anyone still alive on this city block, they'd be staring at you all in awe. That's fantastic. I love it. 5.
That was me.
4.
4. I'm on 4.
Mm-hmm.
I pull out the scroll that I got from the Church of Palor
There we go.
and read that to cast bless upon anybody within 50 feet.
Perfect. I didn't want us to go too high.
That's all of us. Yay.
T-Cat, thank you for a regular hero point. Who is that for? You know who doesn't have one? Me.
No.
Is it a regular or a special?
It's a regular. It's a regular.
I don't have a regular because I
Oh,
used
there you
all mine
go.
on that poison
That's who
save.
doesn't have
Hey,
one.
she said, hey,
That's
yes.
right.
Yes, I think I got myself a regular.
All right.
The bless is +1 hit and damage, or just hit or
Bless
saves.
is double check. It is +1 to hit and +1 on saves
Saves.
against fear. So
Okay.
All right. So these things, it's their turn to go.
Gulp. Goodbye, everyone.
One attacks Roxanne. That is gonna hit. Ooh. Yeah, that's in pain. Oh, the good news is that she made her save. All right. Yeah, you do hear a cry out come from Roxanne as the thing bites her, and apparently does manage to find its way through her armor somehow, or either that or somewhere her armor isn't protecting her. Let me see if this one is close enough to Thraskin. Why yes, it is.
bad for
Thraskin
me.
1 moves up to you
Mm.
and attacks. I don't think this hits, but AC 14.
That is a miss.
All right, and Leaf 1 runs up to you but does not get to attack this round. Is there anyone in the party who has not gone yet?
I still have to go.
Go ahead, Leaf.
So the one in front of me, I'm going to cast Burning Ground right beneath it.
All right. What does Burning Ground do?
So, oh, whoa, screen just went wild there. Burning Ground. Oops, lost it. Covers the ground with a sheet of fire. Anyone stepping on the burning ground takes 1d6 points of damage per round. They are in the fire. Dexterity save for half damage. Fire consumes no fuel, nor does it spread, and it affects a 2x2 area per level. So it's a 6x6 in this, or yeah, 6x6 in this case.
Oh, so you're able to get both the one in front of you and one in front of Thraskin.
Thank you.
Dex range.
Wonderful.
Duration is 1 round per level, so the duration is going to be 4 rounds.
All right. So you said dex save?
Dex save for half. Right?
So that's a physical save. The one in front of you makes the save.
Half
The
damage,
one in front
okay.
of Thraskin does not. So roll damage.
So it's a 3 on one and a 5 on the other.
All right.
And then the, oh no, it's right, plus only for a hit.
All right. Oop. That's wrong. Okay. In that case, you know something, just so I don't get some forget, let me do this. I want to move the two of you up there so that I can remember that you are levitated up in the air and can't be attacked by those things like that.
That's right.
Make sure you add neener.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, next round of initiative.
Nice.
Oh, trying to roll in Twitch. That's not going to get me very far.
hate when I put dice down and I can't remember where I put them. Because they keep rolling past things. There you go. All right. 10. 9.
9.
Mm-hmm.
Groundskeepers are not going to be happy with me. I'm casting Sinkhole right in the center to capture the 3 closest to us here.
Which
So in
3?
front of Roxanne, me, and I can't get the one in front of you. I'd take you down with it if I did.
That's what I was thinking. All right. Is there a deck save for them to get avoided?
Let's see. Sabers, Dex, negates.
Oh. All right. I'll start with the one in front of Roxanne. That one easily kind of like leaps to the side to get away from it.
Okay with that. Roxanne can take that one.
Can we draw out the sinkhole just so that there's a point of reference to it?
Yeah. The other one sidesteps. These things have enough HD where physical save is what do you call it? Prime for them, so it's not a hard save. Yeah, they all managed to get out of the way. However,
So create a crater.
Yeah, there's a crater, and you're right. They're not going to be happy with you.
It's going to be 25 feet in diameter. And 1d2 times 10 feet.
Is it permanent or does it go away after a while?
Duration is permanent. That's what I'm saying. The groundskeepers are going to be very unhappy with me.
Oh. 25 feet in diameter. All right. I need to see if I can move that. No, I didn't want to move the map. I want to move.
They could put a fountain there.
All right. And what I can do is.
So now we know they're dexterous.
No, that's not what I want. To fill it. Oh, maybe not. I have to.
It's not necessary.
I was like, I
It's
want to do
close enough.
something cool. Damn it! Oh,
You could just draw a square in there. Put the outer edges.
And of course, everybody
Earthquake
got moved.
Oh, we're all teleporting on the disc now.
Yeah, you know what the problem is? It's like, well, I mean, it's thrown off on the conference, but you can see everybody, so doesn't matter. We're still good. All right. So what number were you on?
9.
9. 8.
Hey,
Sal's
go
on
ahead, Sal.
So, so with where we are above, am I going to be able to use lightning and not hit anyone else, or no?
As a matter of fact, the one, because as an interesting consequence of the one that sidestepped by Thraskin, that one is eligible for a lightning bolt that definitely won't hit anyone. You know, the hair on the back of Roxanne's neck might stand up a bit, but she'll be fine.
Okay, so he'll use his rod of lightning and thunder and cast lightning stroke, and that is once per day lightning bolt. This one, which is different than just casting lightning, does 96 electric damage with a dex save of you take half damage.
96?
Wow.
9d6.
9d6. I was like,
Still a lot.
96. And I will roll that.
It did not, amazingly enough, despite the fact that it's a physical save, it did not make it save.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
So let's see. 6, 12, 18, 19, 22, 31, 33 plus 39.
39. Hot damn. You're not entirely sure how this thing is still standing. Honestly, the thing itself is not sure how it is still standing. It's pretty much on fire at the moment. You had Thraskin, you had the warning about the black secretions.
Mhm.
You don't think this is the thing secreting. You think this is just the thing smoking because
Okay.
the lightning that just hit it. The smell is terrible. I mean, it's the awful smell that you had. Maybe it's on par. This is like taking a full, basically standing over a sulfur pit and inhaling as deeply as you can through your nose. Your eyes are watering. Your dwarven constitution keeps you from making a mess. But yeah. Lagamundo.
All right. Let's send another punch the way of the demon.
All right.
I'm also going to continue to use another. I think this is my 4th charge, so I got one more.
Okay.
So here goes. I missed. I will use a special to not make it a fumble.
All right. Dat Sadness, yes, the CK can get hero points. All right. And that was like you were, what number you were on?
I was on 8.
8, 7, 6, 5. All right, on 5, Roxanne attacks. However, possibly because the wound that she took from her last attack, she is and the movement of the creature to escape the pit, she is not able to get purchase with her blade. 4.
I'm on 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the one that I'm on got blasted by the lightning, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use my 2 hero points to try and hopefully get a killing blow in here.
By the way, this thing is going to attack simultaneously. It's
Oh, okay. 14 on the die. That's 19 plus then my
That's gonna
2 hero
Yep.
points is a 21.
Yep. No, you hit.
Okay, so 6. There's 9 points.
All right. Hold on a second. And it lunges forward to bite you. However, thanks to your killing blow on the demon falls to the ground, wriggles a bit, and then you see it dissolve to ash as it returns to the abyss.
Nice.
Wonderful. I spit into the ash as I turn to go after another one next round.
Yeah, the lightning bolt brought it within 4 points of going down.
Nice.
That was massive.
Good job.
The one of the creatures bites at Roxanne. That is actually going to hit. Hold on a second. Yeah. All right. Well, the bite is not as bad this time. And she does take. Oh, actually, possible infection. Poisoning again.
That sucks.
Well, she managed to save. Rolled another 20. All right. Leaf, the one on you attacks. AC 20.
Oof. Yeah, definitely hit.
All right. Five points of damage from the bite as its teeth sink into you. And please roll a Constitution save for me.
Ooh, please make the Constitution save.
Yeah, right. Let's see. On the roll. Not a prime, so it's a 9 on the roll.
All right. You feel the poison burn within you, and you take. Well, this round you only take an additional 1 point of damage.
It's good thing I got that neutralized poison.
Lexfar, it's interesting that you say as the crowd gasps. The problem is everything in the immediate area, other than the party and the demons, is dead. These things of the party got stuck down dealing with something else and came out to this terrifying scene. All right, and we are closing in. We're almost at the end of the 6 hours. Oh, the Twitch crowd. I like the
next round. I'll take the neutralize.
All right.
Oh, end of the 6 hours. We're done. Yay, we lived.
Lagamundo.
Yeah, we escaped. Look at that.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
Lagamundo. I don't want you to feel left out.
Oh, that's okay. I don't mind.
Yes,
I'm not greedy.
I will use my regular hero point on this attack just because otherwise I will forget to use it all together and everything will be dead.
You mean all of us?
Oh man, there was ever a waste of a regular hero point. That was it, because I rolled a 3 on the die.
Hey, that's 2 more than my last roll. I don't want to hear it.
Lex, you know something? What I'm gonna do here is 300 for the players. That's 3 regular hero points. I'm gonna give it to the 3 in melee because there's not much the casters are going to be able to do with that, really.
That's a regular hero. Yay, I'm a regular hero.
One more regular hero point.
Yes.
Nice, thank you.
Who hasn't gone yet? Because that was on. They all attacked on 4. Has everyone attacked? All right. Another round.
I haven't gone yet.
Go ahead.
All right, so the paladin's looking like she's taken a bit of a beating. I'm going to fire the missiles, 2 magic missiles, for 8 damage on the demon that's on her.
All right. They slam into the demon. Nothing stopping these magic missiles. All right. In that case, if everyone else is gone, right?
Yep.
Let's roll initiative.
10.
Oh, 10. Go Leaf.
So we allow neutralize potion, poison, and cast, or
No. You're
All right.
the
I take the neutralized poison potion.
all right.
Well worth the 600 gold.
Yeah.
9.
I'm on 9. Come on, baby. Last charge of the Dwarven Knuckles. Be nice to make it 20 here. Nat 17, so 23. That's a hit.
All right.
Let me roll my bonus damage first. Ooh, all 6. Now let me roll the regular damage of my Dwarven Knuckles.
Yeah, don't forget the bless
Fire.
spell, everybody. The
Yeah.
+1 to hit.
Yep. Oh, I rolled another attack. Let's roll the damage this time. 8 more points of damage, so a total of 14.
All right. Yeah, you manage this. You stagger this thing. It's not. It looks like it's still got fight in it, but you've done some serious damage to it. All right. I'm trying to make sure that I. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I want to make sure that I had was counting towards the right one. That was on 9. 8. Anyone on 8? Sal.
Sal's 8. Again, does now with where we are, where Sal is, any direct line of sight or no?
Sal, here's what we're going to do. You're going to put your hand out and kind of move Hans out of your way.
Okay.
Hans is levitating. He's just, as long as you don't move him too far. And you'll have direct line of sight on the one Roxanne is on.
Okay. Which can you ping that one? Just so
Far left.
okay.
I mean, I at least from line of sight, it seems like he would be able to hit the one that's to the right of the guy below him without.
Depending on what he wants to do, it depends. He's got line of sight. It's a matter of, I think he's worried about hitting anyone else.
Yeah. So I think I'll go with the one that's on Roxanne. And the
Okay.
question is, so the only thing I can do, yeah, he'll do, Thunderclap on the one that is on Roxanne. And that is a noise. The only thing is, I'm not sure what's the radius on that.
That was my next question, because
Let me take a look.
We don't want to flatten Roxanne.
I don't want to.
Doesn't it have a deafening effect too?
Yeah, it's I gotta look here. It's not in my notes, and it's not actually in the player's handbook.
Hold on a second. I do have the player's handbook open somewhere here.
Yeah,
Or did I close that one?
Yeah, I can't find it. I think it's 10 feet, honestly, is where it is. So then I would probably catch her. So
Give me a second. I've got the spell up. Oh, wait. I've got Thunderclap, but as a part of Soundburst, not itself.
Right. That's what it is.
Okay. Caster evokes a thunderclap of sound emanating from any point up to 50 feet away in a 20-foot diameter circle. All right. So what I want you to do is I want you to give me a very, very important intelligence check.
Okay. To see if I can cast it away from where Roxanne is.
Well, I mean, first of all, if you fail, you're casting it. This is to see how good your aim is.
Okay. Sounds good. We'll do it. man. 3 plus 3, 6, 8 prime. Not so good.
You're a little thrown off by the angles.
Okay.
Casting while levitating 20 feet in the air, standing on a tensor's floating disc, is not your usual modus operandi.
Well,
Oh, I love it. Oh my goodness. The good news is Roxanne, being a paladin, does have wisdom as her other prime. So let's see how she does. Well, first of all, let's see how the creature does. It is a non-prime for the creature.
and it is it a dex save?
It is a wisdom save.
Sorry.
The creature failed. I only rolled a 6 on the die, and even with its hit dice, it would not have made it if it was a prime. Roxanne. Unfortunately, Roxanne didn't do any better. Well, did slightly better, but wait. What level is the spell?
It's part of the it's again it's
It's a like a shout.
Yeah.
Whatever shout is in the player's hand.
Actually, let me take a look what the spell is.
Shout is a 4th level wizard spell.
4th level wizard spell. Yeah. Nope. I'm having her get caught in it too, or not save. If it had been at like shown as a level 1 spell, I would have given it because they would have been. All right. The creature is definitely rattled by it though. And you see they both kind of like are waving in place. Both are stunned.
Okay. I think do I do damage? I don't know if I do damage with that one. I think it's is it do you have it in front of you, Rob?
2d6 of sonic damage, target deafened for 2d6 rounds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it acts something complete. It acts as shout, so that's different. Wait, maybe they're not stunned.
It's so it says, yeah, it doesn't say stunned. It says once per day as a normal action, the wielder can cause the rod to give out a deafening noise just as a shout spell. Dexterity save for partial, 2d6 of sonic damage, target deafened for 2d6 rounds.
Yep.
All right.
I guess the question is shout more localized or versus what we had done in terms of the radius?
Shout is a 10-foot wide, 50-foot long cone.
Yeah, except for the fact that South failed. 10-foot wide. That's a close call. If you had been anywhere closer, I would have given it to you, but you failed that roll really badly.
All right, so that's 6 points of damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that actually worked out better for Roxanne. That's a 1 less point of damage, and she's deafened, but not what do you call it? She's deafened, but not stunned.
Is 7 rounds.
All right. I'm sorry, Sal. What number did you go on?
8. Oh, sorry. I went on 8.
8. Okay. 8 is actually also the round Roxanne goes on. That is going to hit. And
I don't know.
What? Go ahead, Dale.
I was just go ahead and finish what you were going to say. I thought while you were looking something up, I was going to say something, but go ahead.
Roxanne screams screams a victory scream that she can't hear as the shout spell hits the same time her blade hits, and reduces another of the demons to a pile of ash on the ground as it dissolves away. 7, 6.
I'm on 6.
All right.
I am, if I can, go up those stairs and
Yep.
get on to move into attack.
And on those stairs, you're about the same height as the creature is.
Okay. Can I? That's within 10 feet, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You get to attack.
Okay. So that is AC 19 for 8 points.
All right. This thing has not taken a heck of a lot of damage, I can tell you that much.
That'll play into what I want to tell Sal. Go ahead.
Thraskin, was that on 7 or 6?
That was on 6.
6. 5. 4. On 4, it attacks Leaf. And misses. And the one attacks Lagamundo. That's going to hit.
By how much?
AC 21.
Okay.
Yeah, I was reasonably sure that one hit.
Okay. I was about to say if it was 1 by 1 or 2, I was going to use special hero points, but go ahead.
5 points of damage, and are you currently poisoned or no?
I am not currently poisoned.
Give me a Constitution save.
Okay. Well, I've got bonuses here that aren't. So I've got a Cloak of Resistance, which gives me 1. I've got my Iron Body, which gives me 2 at level 3. So that's 3. I'm going to use my regular hero point to make that 4. So I'm +4 on top of my regular roll, which I'll probably either roll super high or super low just to make me mad I spent that.
I forget, does Bless affect saving throws?
Bless doesn't
No.
only like morale.
Yeah.
Okay, 8 is the one that does saving throws, I believe.
But con is a prime, and I have a bonus there. So
Can I
here it
gift him a
goes.
special?
Oh, don't.
Let's see if
Specials are decided after the roll, and I rolled a 12 naturally, so add 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So
you were able
18.
to make the save.
I save, yay! Yeah, don't give me anything extra.
All right.
I'll get bit again next round. Don't worry.
Is there anyone who has not yet attacked this round? Hans, have you attacked this round?
I have not.
Your turn.
I will fire 1 magic missile at the guy that's kind of somewhat flanked or
right.
whatever is surrounded.
Give me the damage roll.
7 damage.
All right.
And Bob, I don't know if you noticed. So once per day, you can do a lightning stroke. But once per week, you can do a combined lightning stroke and thunderclap.
I saw that. That's still
okay. I wanted to make sure you saw that because if I go down, you might as well just kill it with that.
We've got the shock and awe.
Yeah.
That one's in the mix, but I'm not going to take my rest of my crew down with that one.
Yeah, please.
Hey, Little Bones, we are in the closing stages of the we're the 6-hour show. Actually, I do have a quick question. Do any of you have a hard stop? Do you have another game right after this one?
Only if I'm about to die. Just kidding. Just kidding. No,
I
I'm
have
good.
I might have to take off in 7 minutes here because I got a kid at home. So
all right. Yeah, I might switch when you do that's fine. I might have to switch to like a different presentation, just so. Well, actually, I don't know what happens if I do that while we're in the middle of a stream. That's all right. I'll figure something out. Because I don't want to rob you of what happens after this.
Okay. Well, let's just go quickly then.
All right. In that case, initiative.
Rolls.
All right. 10. 9.
9.
Go ahead.
I'm going to cast Hex on the one in front of me. It's bipedal, right? Before I do that. You said it was on 2 spindly legs.
Was it 2 spindly legs or 4?
I think it was
I thought
4.
it had a bunch.
Well, that's a wasted attack. I'm gonna use the sword then. It's a +3 sword, the scimitar.
Let me verify. Yeah, it's 4 spindly legs.
Yeah, sword then.
All right.
Oh, nice. That was a 17 on the roll. It's +3 swords. That's going to be a 20 to start.
That hits.
And then scimitar damage 1d6, right?
1d6. Yep.
That's going to be 3 points on the roll. And +3 on the damage too.
Yes.
So 6 points.
All right. That was a what? A 9?
Yep.
8.
I'm on 8.
Go ahead.
Give me a Billy.
Little Bones, you got
Oh,
exactly.
nat 20. Nat 20.
Nice.
Nat
Hold
20.
on.
Here we go.
These things do something on a nat 20. Let me look it up.
Let's go.
Fire.
2 plus 2d6 damage. Okay. Yay. Okay,
Nice.
let me roll the dwarven knuckles. They do 5 plus they do 9 points plus 2d6. Oh, not plus 2d6 slash roll 2d6. Snake eyes. Of course. So 11 points of damage. Yeah. I got excited. Plus 2d6. I rolled 2 1s. Okay. But 11 points of damage. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Plus a natural crit does max
full damage
normal.
plus max.
Okay,
Yep.
so that 11 plus another 8, so 17.
Wow.
Okay.
Could have been a lot
plus,
more
you said 11
impressive.
plus 8, right?
Is he stunned?
That's 19.
You're
You're
stunning
right. You're
fist?
right.
There we go.
No, I wasn't doing stunning fist.
If somebody wants to give up their special hero point, I'll allow you roll 2 1s.
Oh, I can. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll
I'll
do
let
it.
you, if you want to use your special hero
I'll
point,
use the
allow you to
special
re-
hero point. Is
I'll
that
let you
can then
re-roll.
be enough to kill it? I'll re-roll the 2d6.
Yep.
Okay. Yay. Nine, much better.
So how much damage is that total?
Let's see, it was going to be 19 total, and my number went up 7, 25 total.
Boom.
26, right?
25. Well,
19 plus 7.
Well, 20,
Yes.
25 would be 2 more than it had.
Yes.
So
Nice.
that's that.
yay.
On that roll, it we call it the something. It gets its attack on you at the same time.
Okay.
But that's gonna miss.
Nice.
The one attacks Leaf. AC 20.
That's it.
Make it. Make your save.
Yeah, it's a con save, right?
7 points of damage plus make a con save.
Ooh, that's low.
I have a potion I can use on you if we.
Oh, no, I
Get through
bombed on the
this.
con save. So I lose another on that one.
I don't. Is it a? Do we know what the damage will be from it? Is it fatal or is it?
It's a single point for the first round, right, Rob?
No, 7 points for the first round.
Well, no, I meant for the bite.
for the wait.
Poison.
From the first round.
1 point for the poison, right?
Well, you 1 point from the previous one that you neutralized.
Right.
This is a different amount of damage for this time.
Right. I already took out the 7.
Another 4.
4. But that's low. Ooh, hanging in there.
Yeah.
All right. So that was 8, 7.
7, Sal.
Mhm.
He's going to do acid arrow on the one that's left if he can shoot it without.
Yeah,
hitting
you got the angle. I mean, you're firing over Thraskin, who, despite the fact standing on steps, is still not that tall.
Okay. And he'll use his 2 regular hero points.
All right.
And so that's 7, 8, 9 plus Dex 10, 11. If I add 4, does that hit with a 15?
With the 15, were you adding your special hero points to it? No, 15 is not. You
But
would
if somebody
need
were to give him
someone.
Oh,
other
Yeah.
special,
I give him my thing.
All right, so that. Yep, you hit it.
All right, great. 2d4.
I was about to do it myself.
That's 3 points. But then he's going to take for 2 more rounds. He'll take another 2d4 every other for the next 2 rounds as well.
All right, I know. Well, actually, everybody go. Get who else has to attack this round. Thraskin.
That's
Uh,
gonna be nice.
I'm gonna delay. I don't have any more attacks left.
All right.
I have a 16 on the die, so that is 21, 22, AC
That
22
hits.
Nice.
for max damage, 11 points.
Yeah, between the arrow, I mean, there has hit points, but it just be dragging out another round. That one dies.
Nice.
They all dead now?
They are all dead.
Okay, quick question about the poison. Is he gonna die if he doesn't get an immediate curative of some sort?
Good news. I bought 2 neutralized.
Oh, you bought 2? Okay, I
Yeah.
was about to say I bought 1 and I was gonna give it to you, but if we're at the end of the battle, it's one of those things where, we might be able to get away with not using it.
What about lesser restoration? I have that. Does that neutralize poison?
Nah, get you ability
No.
damage back.
Gotcha.
Which
Okay.
That was the best
often
spent
very
1,200 gold
important.
pieces ever.
Roxanne walks
Guys,
up
I have to go, unfortunately.
Okay.
But it was good playing with you guys.
Indeed.
Thank you, Hans.
Yeah, great 6-hour session, guys.
We don't play online. See you at GaryCon.
See you, Gary Con. Cheers, guys.
Take care.
Cheers. All right, so that's going to be a little weird looking for the. Something I can adjust these really quickly.
I was down to 5 hit points, by the way.
Oh,
goodness.
wow.
Yeah, I was getting close. I was like, all right, I'm not going to say anything. Don't want to scare anyone.
Give me a second. I can adjust the just those windows.
I didn't get below 19, but I got to 19 3 times.
Of course, that's the only one that I did not.
I thought we were dead there, people.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Well,
I thought back to what Rob said. You'll either level or be dead before the end of this session.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I'm not certain that had Sal not dropped that big 9d6.
Yeah.
That was huge.
That was huge.
So I delayed. I was going to cast Entangle first, and I changed my mind. And that would have at least slowed them down since they were so dexterous.
It's an interesting thing in that, you guys are still only like level 3, level 4, but you've got some powerful stuff. So I can throw some heavy hitters at you.
Roxanne helped too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And she remembered to attack.
Right.
Roxanne is looking rather pale at the moment.
That's right. She was bitten a few times.
At which point, from the west, Idolus and Tyrella come running up. Both of them, you see, both of them have signs of having been wounded and basically a little bit of patching up. Are you? Are you all okay? Is everyone okay?
If that's an offer of healing, I'll take it.
Tyrella,
Roxanne doesn't look so well, I point out, since she's probably just standing there with an ashen face, looking stoic.
She looks at you with a kind of like a thankful look as she falls to a knee.
She's still deafened, or can she hear what anyone's saying?
Oh yeah, she probably can't even hear the offer of help.
Right.
She read your lips, did not hear Tyrella, and
I point at her so in case they don't know who she is.
seeing you point, she does turn around and manages to not swing at the two people behind her who would kind of have surprised her. Tyrella looks at you and says, "Poison." That would puts a hand
Yes,
on
poison,
puts a hand on
poison.
her, and you see Roxanne exhale. As it happens, bells are ringing. Loud bells coming from the center of the city. And you hear screams, not of terror, shrieks of sadness happening.
Ooh, no coronation today, I guess.
That is word reaches one of the guards runs past, and you suddenly realize basically stops as if and realize it's Lucius. He turns. They've done it. They've done it. Oh gods, no! They've done it.
They done what, Lucius? Out with it, man.
They've killed the king and queen. The king is dead. The king is dead.
Oh my God.
Shortly, with all the ruckus coming going around, all of you, you're all in the city, and you're supposed to be in the city until tomorrow. However, the shape of tomorrow is going to change. Tomorrow, instead of finding out, instead of being chartered as a guild of the realm, you're all going to be attending a coronation. Oh, and by the way, there's still the matter of the letter V. And I'm going to leave that as a mystery for next time. I want to thank my players for putting up with my shenanigans for 6 hours and about 10 minutes now. Give or take the little time for break. And of course, an ad break would show up right here. We are sponsored by Trollord Games, makers of Castles and Crusades. The game we have been playing here today and have been playing all year in this 1-year-old Embers of Empire campaign, where the unthinkable has happened. A king and queen have died. Witches have been a witch that they had in their very first adventure captured alive has been freed by her sisters and are now who knows where. Oh, and that's not all that's happening. I named this episode, this adventure, When the Levee Breaks, and the levee has broken. All hell is breaking loose.
Yes.
So I don't know when we're the next schedule, when we're going to have our next session, but you are going to want to tune in for what comes next. Before we go, let's have our party, introduce themselves once again. Unfortunately, Yoav had to leave. He's been playing Hans Grubenschlager, human wizard from the city of Greyhawk, with the full-on German accent or Germanic accent. Caster of
It's just a Perrinlander accent.
Perrinlander accent. Yeah, there we go. We got a Perrinlander. Let's start in reverse this time. Chris, why don't you start? Christopher, why don't you start us off?
My name's Chris. I had played Thraskin Stonehill. He's a dwarven cleric of Muaman Dwafel, wanderer, traveler, and adventurer. He couldn't be happier to be part of the Righteous Hand, and he kind of has goals of kicking off some what do they call them? Way stations, more or less, is kind of what he wants to do across Nyrond in honor of his god. So he is working towards that.
Awesome. And next up, we have our very own Doc Shoulder. Bob, why don't you tell us about yourself and Sal?
Okay, Rob, thanks again. Great game, guys. Okay. I am playing Sal Ogle. He's a elf wizard. Grew up in Hardby. He got there because his mom was basically fleeing to the city of Hardby, and when he was a young child, she died there due to wounds that occurred during their fleeing to there, and with that, he was orphaned, taken up by a wizards guild while he was there, and has since left and's been searching for adventure and joined this band of the Righteous Hand. And he's been traveling with them now for a year, and it seems like there's more to do.
There's a lot more to do. Thank you, Bob. Dale.
All right, I'm Dale, also known as Asher the Bear online. I am playing Lagamundo, the rogue slash monk from the mean streets of Realmward, which just saw its king and queen killed and some demons defeated right in front of it. Breathing a sigh of relief that it's not my last day on the O-Earth. But leery for the future, because if the lady is dead and the king and queen are dead, that means the crown princess is now the next in line to rule, and she is not an experienced player. So I don't know if how this is going to go. This is a big, what's the word I'm looking for? MacGuffin you dropped on us.
Mm-hmm.
A big plot twist. That's what I was looking for.
I
Thanks,
love
Rob.
that I was able to bring back episode 1 stuff.
I'm guessing that there's going to be there's going to be jostling and everything that, you're going to have, it's just going to be complete and total chaos. That's what I perceive.
And plenty of room for adventurers to operate.
Yes.
Alex, bring us home.
My name is Alex. You may know me as Antiquitous in the chat. I was playing Levee Cronus again today in our 1-year campaign. Levee is a primal druid that's based on a special from Trollard Games Adventurers backpack. So unlike normal druids, the primal druid is more about the power of nature, so less concerned about preserving nature, more focused on destruction and the transformative powers of nature. Leif was born in the woodlands near the swamps of Batmarsh in Nyrond. Grew up in the war-torn land. He's a little older as a half-elf, probably in his 50s, 60s roughly. So he did see some of the war as he was growing up. So has a good understanding of the destructive nature of the land itself, and that's where he developed his skills as a primal druid. Managed to just barely survive today. Took me down to my last 5, and thanks to my hardy team of adventurers of the Sundered Shield, we've made it again. And we're becoming quite wealthy, even though we may have lost a few on the way here.
Awesome. Thank you, Alex. So I am Rob, otherwise known as Phantom NJ. And you have been watching an Embers of Empire campaign. It's been 1 year, and the amazing thing is we just ran for 6 hours and change, and I am so freaking energized that I could just have kept running. I'm actually kind of glad that it feels bad to say this. I'm actually kind of glad that I've had to go, because it would have felt like if he had been able to stay, that I would have felt bad about having to cut the game short, but we finished just on time. It is, yeah, Hey, anyone out there know a dice company that's looking to sponsor a channel? Please let.
I couldn't help it. Sorry. It's been a couple days of bad rolls. So.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Having the party split up in 5 different directions, but having something useful to do with all 5 is really cool. Being able to again bring back tie-ins, and there were things that several ways this all could have gone. I'm very happy with the route it did take. And with that, I should mention that we are going to be raiding. I believe we're going to be raiding into Anna. I'm not sure. Is she on her own channel or on Jay's channel?
She's on her now.
All right, so we are going to be raiding into Anna B. Meyer. While I'm getting that set up, last chance to enter the giveaway, exclamation point ticket to enter. It is a $10 gift card towards any digital product from the Trollord Games website. All right.
Thank you, Dale, again for taking charge when we needed you and all the notes. That's especially appreciated.
Oh, glad to. It's the only way I've made myself the company's secretary without knowing it.
Doc Redo, thank you for keeping it lively and almost killing Legamundo. And
That's right. Correct.
Draskin, thank you for all the heals.
Sure.
Clerical work, especially appreciated. And Hans, if you were here, for just being drunk today.
I was going to say, for being Hans.
For being drunk. He was drinking the whole time.
I was wondering where he was going with that. I'm like, no, this is not going to be a great bait situation. We will not be using Tensor's floating disc as an offensive weapon. Sorry, no.
And thank you, Rob.
Yes, thank you, Rob.
It was an absolute pleasure, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure all year long. I really enjoy running for this group. Let's close the giveaway.
And thank you for everybody who turned in money for bits and points and everything else that helped us.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, there were so many. There's a whole bunch of gift subs, Trollord Games, and other people. Alex, were you one of the people who did gift subs? Or somebody?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know I'm forgetting. I think I'm forgetting somebody who gave 1 or 2.
I gave 1. I needed this. I gave it somebody else.
Self-serving.
Yeah.
Well, it was I've still got 3. I thought I was going to have to use them there.
That sadness. Congratulations. I think I've whispered you on Discord already, right? I'm pretty sure that you've won before.
And all your gift certs are updated now, so they're not going to be expired, right?
I'm laughing because we got to one of these people. Thank you, Bloodwall. Hey, Steve, thank you so much. That's the first time somebody's done mod work on my channel in way far too long. I appreciate it, sir. Let's get this raid. Of course I forgot the raid command. When you have Stream Elements uses exclamation point and Twitch uses / which is probably why they're set up that way. All right. We are raiding in. We've got 35. Wow. Fantastic number. This is going to be one of the largest raids I've actually ever had. Thank you, everybody. What bits?
Thank you, everyone.
Channel points, whatever you use. Thank you for watching. Thank you for talking. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate you all, and we will see you next time.
Adios.